Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Horror Daily, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep to, so before that, I would appreciate if you liked the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from, and what time are you watching? At 3:37, Sharon cracked open the freezer door and wriggled her fingers in among the hip-high drift of frosty microwave Chinese. She was naked except for fluorescent orange gym shorts and her left sneaker. It was a rare moment in the char-blistered cave of her kitchen that she did not feel like she would die if she did not immediately evacuate her bloodstream of body heat. The apartment's ancient AC, installed by the renowned ogre landlord Ivan the Bomber, had moaned itself into a Green New Deal-compliant death back in April. Sharon pinched a rectangle of shrimp lo mein from the wall of frost and set it on the burnt formica. She twisted the freezer dial up 2 notches, feeling childish hope inch up her spine. Maybe she'd return to a magical Arctic tundra, one that could actually smother the murder laser August sun, right? She slammed the freezer and gave the dial the finger. It would be back to lukewarm by morning. The lo mein package was stiff, white with freezer burn, edges sharp enough to open a new vein if she lost her grip. She popped it in the microwave and watched the edges blacken and curl as it rotated in staccato half-circles, trembling along the lazy ring of the microwave's motor. She savored the noise, a plastic cicada song that was hers alone. Nobody to text, nobody demanding another beer run, nobody to get mad if she forgot to put the wrapper in the recycling. Just solo Monday night, her and the humming fridge, and the orchestra of bugs grinding lust against her warped window screens. Before the microwave could beep, the apartment went dark. Lights, fridge, a sea corpse, everything shut off in a silent slam. Sharon waited for the city's distant coyote screech or the thump of a neighbor's boot in the hallway, something to explain the blackout, but the world held its breath. She padded into the living room, barefoot and melting, and pressed her forehead to the glass. The block was dead. No headlights, no flicker vision from the opposite building. Even the pale sickle moon had gone shy behind the smog. Sharon tried her phone. Nothing. Not dead, no loading. No time. No signal. No battery signs. Just a hard black rectangle and her own smeary reflection. She poked the power button out of habit, then threw the phone onto the second-hand love seat where it made a sound like a glass tooth breaking. She could make a joke about the end of the world, but it was too easy. The end would have more drama than this. It wouldn't smell like supermarket lo mein and the inside of a fake leather sofa. She shuffled to the door, unlocked it, and leaned out, squinting into the overcooked gloom. Still nothing. She reached for the emergency flashlight she knew Ivan had screwed to the inside of the hall closet. Her hand landed on something fuzzier than expected. She yanked her fingers back, expecting a rogue cockroach, but it was just her old track hoodie, lifeless as the rest of the world. She cracked the closet wide, flicked the mag light. Nothing. Spun it, checked the batteries, saw the tiny char of corrosion at the tip. Fucking classic. She chucked it back in and shut the door. Then, as she turned, she saw a flash of white from across the living room. A single lo mein box, mid-air, tumbling toward the carpet. It landed like a guillotine and split open in a smothered, gray-orange cough of noodles. There was nobody else in the room. She felt a spike of ice at the hinge of her jaw that was entirely unrelated to the kitchen air. "Okay," she said. "I see how it is." She crossed to the kitchen, careful not to slip, and scooped up the lo mein. She mushed the leaking noodles back into the tray and set it solemnly on the table. Took a fork from the plastic cutlery bin. Ate one sticky, horror movie cold bite just to prove her point. The lights did not come back on. When Sharon woke on the couch at 3 a.m., the city's blackout had become a kind of prehistoric state. The air was syrupy. Blood rolled slow through her wrists, through the furnace of her core. She peeled herself off the couch and slogged to the bathroom, not flushing, not washing, just checking the mirror once to make sure she was still there. A glow, just out of sight, lit the corridor. It was soft, diffused. Candle flame? Sharon pressed her forehead against the wall and listened. Somewhere in the building, someone was humming. The melody was formless, like a child's attempt to remember happy birthday backwards, but the voice was wrong. It was both too low and too high, a slide whistle whine stitched into the bass note of someone's sleep croak. Sharon's skin crawled in a full-body wave, a cocktail of ancient warning signs. She pulled on yesterday's hoodie and tiptoed out, bare toes making no sound on the old pine floorboards. The hall reeked of melting wax and something behind it. Garlic? Burnt oregano? Sharon followed the light up the narrow stairwell, each step squealing betrayal. As she neared the landing, the air grew colder, as if the summer had dropped away into a different season. At the top of the stairs stood a woman, her long hair backlit in a tangled sorcery by candles crammed onto the floor in a ring. She wore a housecoat that looked like an antique bedsheet. Her feet were bare, skin pink and raw, a map of scars and new blisters. In the circle of flame, she rocked side to side, head bobbing in time to her own static harmony. Sharon hovered at the edge. "Hey," she whispered. "You need." The woman snapped her head up, eyes wide and wholly absent. She did not have normal human eyes. She did not have any eyes at all. Her sockets were hollow, packed with black cloth, or maybe what was left of them had simply collapsed inward, lost in the collapse of her face. Her chin quivered. Something close to a smile unzipped the bottom third of her head. Sharon gagged and stumbled back, smacking her shoulder into the banister hard enough to see a field of stars. The woman's mouth opened wider. She sang, louder, and the tune clung to Sharon's eardrums like slime. Sharon turned and ran, slipping down the stairs, sliding on the landing, scattering drops of sweat across the rails. She made it back to her apartment and slammed the deadbolt home. After that, hours passed like waking from anesthesia. One moment she was flat on her mattress, the next she was digging fingernails into her hip bone. Then she was boiling water on the stove, just to watch the blue flame and reassure herself the world wasn't empty. She didn't sleep again. She kept listening for the song, afraid it was just outside the bathroom, or inside the fridge, or between her own ears. At 7 a.m., the sun finally pierced the apartment in a dull molasses stripe. Sharon opened the door, looked for evidence. Maybe a burned patch on the hallway carpet, or wax fingerprints on the wall. Nothing. She staggered out to the fire escape, squinted at the empty street, and coughed up a lungful of dead air. As she pulled back inside, she noticed something dead center on her doormat. A single strand of gray, congealed spaghetti, curled into a perfect treble clef. She stepped over it. She shut the door. She told herself winter would break the heat soon, and that she'd call maintenance on the AC. She told herself she'd delete her phone's music app, just as insurance. She told herself she would not hear the humming in the next blackout, and that she would not find, at the next blackout, a second low main box balanced on the chipped edge of the kitchen counter. She did not have to believe it, yet. She always figured that living death would be boring after a while, but the truth was it got easier. Not better, but easier. The same way running got easier if you kept at it, even after the cartilage in your knees turned to bubble wrap. She woke up with shreds of last night's eyeliner spidering her eyes, her phone's alarm set to vibrate tight against her collarbone. It made her jolt. The phone, not the makeup. She squinted at the lock screen. 5 a.m. Had to be some kind of joke, but she had said it herself, so the joke was hers as usual. Sharon swung out of bed, found the floor with bare feet, and shuffled to the bathroom. The mirror was a hateful enemy. She avoided its gaze, focusing instead on the yellow tint in the faucet water and the toothpaste tube, wrung so hard its sides bled. She brushed with the force of a prisoner scrubbing evidence. Her phone vibrated again, a soft trill. She spat blue foam, wiped her lips with the back of her hand. She looked at the phone. The notification was from her friend Riley. "You up?" It read. Sharon smirked. She was always up, wasn't she? Like a vampire, she texted back. She typed with one hand, the other gripping the edge of the sink to steady herself. The floor still spun sometimes. She blamed it on hypoglycemia, but really, she'd never been able to think in straight lines. She'd met Riley at an abandoned Waffle House, or maybe a condemned funeral parlor. She wasn't sure anymore. They were both the type to collect places like scabs. Riley had a habit of popping up, always wearing the same oversized flannel, like she'd stepped out of the world's slowest time machine. Sharon liked her because she didn't ask questions that couldn't be answered. Down the hall, her parents rustled, the sound like rodents in an attic. She tiptoed back to her room, bare feet silent on worn carpet. She locked the door, dropped onto her bed, and let the phone vibrate until Riley's name filled her screen with cartoonish persistence. Did she want to come over? Did she want to walk the Waffle House ruins at sunrise? Did she want to go out and see if the rumors were true about the railroad underpass and the blind girl who lived there now? Sure. She dressed quickly, pulling on her dead brother's hoodie. It hung off her in a way she never bothered correcting. She didn't remember much about him, except for the color of his eyes, which were the same as hers, and the way he'd once explained that in most horror movies, the monster was the hero if you looked at it the right way. She slipped out through the window, narrow hips scraping the frame, one foot after the other onto the porch roof, then the gutter, then the flower beds. The air smelled like wet soil and gasoline. The world felt cold and patient, like the inside of a jaw. Riley's car idled up the street, headlights off, windows down. The inside radiated with the dense, yeasty scent of energy drinks. Sharon climbed in, careful not to spill the cans piled at her feet. Riley greeted her with a sideways smirk and a flick of blue hair. "You look like hell," Riley said. It was a compliment. "You look like normal," Sharon replied. She felt comforted by how average Riley looked. She always had this loose, lazy way of sitting, thighs splayed, shoulders knotted up, like she was trying to take up the air itself. They drove west, past the carcasses of old strip malls and the soft glow of the 24-hour pharmacy. Riley didn't say much, letting the radio fill the car with static and squealing guitars. Sharon found herself watching the world through the glass, the smeared landscape cinched into tight, vibrating lines. Sometimes Sharon wondered if the world ever really woke up. There was always the sense that everything was holding its breath, waiting for the next awful thing to crawl out from somewhere dark and sticky. She knew the feeling. They rolled into the parking lot of the ruined Waffle House. Sharon stared at the twisted sign, the double fist of yellow and black letters, the windows boarded up with years of splintered plywood. As the headlights flicked off, the night folded them in. The only sound was the slow ticking of the engine and the shuddering click as Riley locked the doors behind them. "I heard they found bones in the walk-in freezer," Riley said, soft and hungry. "Animal or human? Dunno. Nobody ever says." "Probably both," Sharon said. She had a way of making her voice flat, as if she believed nothing. They moved from the car like cats, sticking to the dark edges. Sharon led, navigating by some half-remembered childhood map. Her boots sucked at the mud behind the broken building. They passed the payphone, the ancient picnic table, the rusted garbage barrel. The night was heavy. Every shadow looked like a mouth. She hesitated at the back door, her knuckles brushing the frost-rimed handle. "We really going inside?" Riley's breath looked like smoke. "We came all this way." It had always been easier to do things when someone else was watching. They squeezed through a gap in the boards. Inside, the Waffle House smelled of vinegar and rot, with a hint of something burned. The familiar yellow tiles looked diseased in the moonlight. They didn't speak. The silence of the place wrapped around them, thick as wool. Sharon tried to imagine it alive again, people and smoke and chatter, but the image wouldn't come. They wandered through the dead space, feet crunching glass and desiccated trash. In the kitchen, The countertop was buried in brittle menus and stickers advertising specials from a decade ago. The freezer door was ajar. The rumors had always made it sound like a gateway to hell. Riley nudged her. "You're not scared." "Only of getting stuck in the walk-in," Sharon said. That was almost true. She reached out, fingers shaking, and pulled the door farther open. A wave of air hit her, colder than the grave. Something in the back, maybe a mop, maybe a corpse, rested in the dark, suffering the indignity of time. Riley lifted her phone, flicking the flashlight on. The beam hit frost and a spatter of dried ketchup. It was nothing, or almost nothing. They both stood there, mouths open, waiting for something to move. "Dare you to go in," Riley said, voice small and hopeful now. Sharon sized up the challenge. She stepped in, felt the sticky crunch of decades-old grime under her boots. She turned. Riley snapped a photo, the flash rebounding off the steel, blowing out Sharon's face. For a second, she felt herself dissolve, replaced by a white-hot afterimage. She stepped back out, blinking. "Happy, ecstatic," Riley said. They lingered for a few more minutes. Sharon ripped down a menu, tracing the ancient ink. She couldn't say why, but she felt lighter, like some piece of her had been left in the freezer, and it was better off there. "Next time, let's go somewhere haunted," Riley said as they walked back to the car. "Everywhere is haunted," Sharon replied, and meant it. She fell asleep in the car, miles and miles away from home, while Riley drove into the black. Dreamless, but not alone. The next day, Sharon woke up still wearing the hoodie, still tasting burned syrup on her tongue. She was home, or at least in her room. The phone vibrated. Another text from Riley. A photo of the freezer, bright white and terrifying, with a single-word caption. "Boo." Sharon smiled. She closed her eyes, let her head fall back onto the pillow. She would wake up again and again and again, and every time it would be easier. But not better. Never better. After she parked, Sharon's car keys spun and spun on the ring, the cheap plastic tag whacking her knuckles as she jammed them into the door lock of her apartment. The wind had picked up, riled by the distant, hissing sunset. Her hair stuck to her lips, tasting like hairspray and pennies. A good day. She'd won the bed in studio, spilled orange Red Bull on Jesse's microcontroller, and hadn't gotten caught. Her hands shook. She didn't know if it was from the caffeine or the rush. Maybe both, maybe neither. She checked her phone on the walk up. No new messages, but plenty of notifications. Meme storm from the dorm group chat. A Slack ping from her TA. A quick assignment extension. She thumbed it open and tapped OK thanks. Distantly, she could hear the ambulance siren. A sliced Doppler whine that crested and faded, leaving a thin pressure in the back of her teeth. She shrugged it off the way she did everything else. The elevator's up arrow had been stabbed so often that the plastic had clouded, gone milky. She pressed it and counted the seconds until she could hear the lazy clatter of the elevator car. It arrived with the usual microsecond lurch, overshot the floor, juddered, caught itself. The doors exhaled. She stepped into the sour breath of old socks and spilled takeout. Two small, ancient dogs waited, trembling in their harnesses. Their owner was a twiggy woman with a face that looked like it had been folded into a paper fortune teller. She met Sharon's eye, and Sharon tried for a smile, but it came out lopsided. "Going up?" asked the woman, her voice brittle. "Yeah, 7, said Sharon. She pressed the button, then watched the red glow behind the plastic circle. The ride took ages. Sharon tried not to look at the dogs, but they stared and panted, tongues like wet strips of bandage. She focused on the scriptity on the wall, a crude outline of a penis, some looping calligraphy spelling out "Angel was here." A corner where 1,000 keys had gouged their names down to the metal. The dog's owner cleared her throat. The sound was spongy, medical. "You're the one who sings?" the woman said, her voice turning up at the end in a way that implied she already knew. Sometimes, said Sharon. I mean, not really, just in the shower. We like it, the woman said. The dogs panted harder. The elevator stuttered to a stop on 5, and the woman stepped off. Have a good night, she said, her face unreadable. A few more moments and Sharon was in the hallway, where the lights flickered every fifth bulb. The linoleum was warped in places, and her sneakers made a sticky sound as she walked to her door. The air outside her apartment always smelt of burnt popcorn and heavy perfume, and sometimes, when the hours got weird, it smelt of fish. She didn't like to think about that. Her own lock stuck as usual. She forced the key, wincing at the scrape, and let herself in. The apartment was basically a shoebox, 2 rooms, a kitchenette, and a bathroom that was less a room and more a tactical error. Her roommate wasn't home, and the silence was a soft, thick thing. Sharon shut the door behind her, then reset her phone on the wireless charger shaped like an ice cream sandwich. She checked her reflection in the microwave door. Not great. The skin under her eyes had the blue bruised look of a dropped peach, and one of her eyebrows had gone rogue, standing straight up like a protest sign. She flattened it and poured herself a glass of tap water, which tasted like Band-Aids. She didn't mind. She liked the idea of drinking water that had been through other people, that had memory. That was the kind of person she was. Laptop open, Bluetooth headphones on, Super Smash playlist blasting. She had a paper to write, due in 4 hours, and at least 10 memes to post before she got started. Her fingers moved fast, the way they did when she texted, but the words on the Google Doc came in stops and starts. She would type a sentence, then Alt-Tab to Discord, then back again. Someone outside in the hallway was yelling. Not angry neighbor yelling, more like a weird, clutchy laugh that kept getting louder. She muted the music and listened. Thuds, a dragging sound, the laugh again. Some part of her wanted to check, but another part, the bigger, lazier part, decided that if it was important, the noise would come to her. The noise came to her about 30 minutes later, when she heard scratching at the door. Not key in the lock scratching, but a desperate little skitter. Sharon waited, counting heartbeats, until the sound stopped. She crept to the peephole, squinting. The only thing she could see was a dark knot at the base of the jamb, like someone had dropped a dead cat. She opened the door a crack and saw, to her relief, that it was one of the dogs from the elevator. It was shaking on, a sort of pulsing, tongue lolling out. "Where did you come from?" she whispered. She took the dog in, unsure what else to do. It smelled like liverwurst and old milk, but it curled into her elbow. She carried it to the couch, wrapped it in a hoodie, and waited for the owner to come knocking. Nobody did. When her roommate came home, Sharon had forgotten about the dog, now snoring under the hoodie. The roommate, whose name was Grace, stopped, mouth twisting. "What is that?" she asked, voice flat. "Neighbor's dog. It was out there for ever. Did you ask if they wanted it back?" Sharon started to say yes, but stopped. She hadn't exactly. She would. She knew where they lived. "Tomorrow," she said. "It's fine for one night." But in the morning the dog was dead, splayed out on the couch like a little pile of twigs. His tongue lolled, eyes open and glassy. Sharon poked it, but it was stiff and cold. She felt a weird little pulse of guilt. She wrapped the bundle in a plastic bag and left it outside the neighbor's door. She taped a note to the bag. "Sorry. Found her in the hallway." It wasn't a lie. She thought about the old woman, wondered if she'd recognize Sharon's handwriting, if she'd care. That night, Sharon found a note slipped under the door. The paper was weird, thick as a postcard. The writing was blocky, not at all like the woman's voice. "Thank you for bringing her back," it said. "I hope you are well." Nothing else. She balled up the note, but later she fished it out, read it again. "I hope you are well." Felt like a threat or a blessing or maybe both. The dreams started after that. Not nightmares exactly, just a static, looping anxiety, like a YouTube autoplay in the back of her skull. She'd dream in flashes of her old house in Wisconsin, the field out back, the way the corn leaves hissed when the wind scraped through. There was always a shape in the fields, standing where nobody should be, but Sharon couldn't get her dreams to zoom in. Just a shape, just the sense of being watched. Several days after the dog incident, Sharon ran into the neighbor at the mailboxes. The woman was alone now. She was old, the woman said. "It happens. I really am sorry," said Sharon, hands wringing inside her jacket sleeves. The woman touched her arm, thin hand like a bird's claw. "Don't worry," she said, voice soft. "They never really leave." Sharon nodded, not sure how to answer. She let the woman limp back to the elevator, watched her shuffle away. That night, she heard the dog barking in the hallway. It sounded closer than before. The paper was done, the memes posted, but Sharon lay in bed with her eyes open, waiting for the barking to stop. Didn't. She drifted in and out, and when she woke in the morning, there was a handwritten card under her door. "You have a lovely voice," it said. Another card. A week later, "The dog misses you." Another card, thicker paper this time. "You should check your bathroom closet." Sharon checked. There was nothing inside, except a single old Polaroid taped to the wall. It showed the dog, mouth open, tail up, in a field of dry corn. The photo was dated October 1997, which was about when Sharon was born. She stared at it for a long time. The hair on her arms rose all at once. She didn't remember her childhood well. She remembered her parents less. Most of her recollections had a grainy, film-static quality, as if she'd only borrowed them from someone else. She left the Polaroid where it was, closed the closet, and tried to ignore the sensation in her stomach, which was as if she'd swallowed a handful of gravel and every stone had a tiny, unblinking eye. The next night, she heard something scratching the inside of the closet, slow and persistent, kept her awake until sunrise. The next morning, another card under the door. "You don't remember, but I do." She left the card on her dresser, didn't mention it to Grace. But she kept her headphones on at all times, even in the shower, the volume high enough to drown out the barking, the scratching, and her own heartbeat. Some things, she decided, were better kept on mute. The ringing wouldn't stop. Sharon stared at the wall, counting the number of chipped bricks like a breathing exercise, and the phone kept going. It floated into her skull, pressure at the temples. The apartment was a shoebox, the kind with only one window and 3 locks on the door. She counted each ring instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then on a breath, she snatched up the receiver. "Yeah," she said, not bothering with hello. There was nothing on the other end but the static hush of someone breathing through cloth, or maybe through an entire room full of cotton, suffocation muffling every gasp. She pictured the phone on the other end. Rotary dial, chipped ivory, cat hair stuck in the microphone slits, a receiver discolored with nicotine and skin cells. "Yeah," louder this time. "Stop calling or I'll..." Click. The silence folded in on itself. Sharon dropped the phone onto its cradle and wiped her hands on her jeans. She could feel the cool little shiver of fear doing laps under her skin, but she told herself, "It's just a wrong number. A creep. Nothing new in this building." The apartment smelled like boiled cabbage for the second day in a row. She pressed her nose into her collarbone and inhaled, but it was everywhere. A perpetual soup. Fit the place, she supposed. Block C was all mold and water stain and echoes. In the next room, someone began listening to TV with the volume at max. A plummy announcer voice booming through the walls, the words too fuzzy to catch. Her only neighbor, Mrs. Petrov in 2C, must have fallen asleep in her chair again. Sharon stepped over the phone cord and clapped her hands at the window, disrupting a pigeon perched on the sill. The bird stared at her with flat brown eyes, unmoved, and Sharon couldn't help but laugh. She stuck out her tongue. The pigeon looked bored. She spent the afternoon on her hands and knees, recaulking the bathroom. Every time she touched the tub, a faint pinkish ooze surfaced, as if the grout were weeping. She wore gloves, but they were thin, and after 20 minutes the chemical sting coated her palms. She licked her teeth and left the job half done. The phone rang again that night, midnight and change. Not a wrong number, not after the fourth time, not with the silence so particular, so focused. Heat rose behind her ears. Someone was watching, waiting for her to answer, savoring the rhythm of it. Sharon spat on the linoleum and let the phone scream itself hoarse. By morning, her nerves were sawdust. She cranked up her speakers and pumped out pop music with all the bass. Let the beat fill the living room until the coffee table juddered against the wall. Dancing in her underwear, she didn't hear the first knock at the door. The second came with a heavy thunk, and she killed the music at once. She pressed her eye to the peephole. The dirty glass distorted the figure beyond, so she couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Just the blur of green fabric and a large head. She considered not answering, but then her curiosity, always insatiable, overtook her. She undid the locks, one after the other, and pulled the heavy door open a few centimeters, chain still on. Yeah, the hallway was empty, save for a box that hadn't been there before. It was wrapped in brown butcher paper, the corners taped with surgical precision. Sharon didn't see a delivery person. The smell of cabbage was stronger out here. Paranoia, par for the course, but also curiosity. She slipped off the chain and dragged the box inside with her foot. A child could have lifted it. It was feather-light, whatever was inside. She placed it on the counter, hands hovering for a second, then shrugged and tore at the seams with a butter knife. Inside, a single shoe. Red patent leather, little girl size, glitter around the strap. She picked it up, discarded the tissue, and turned it over in her hand. There was nothing underneath, just a sticker with a 5-digit number scrawled in blue ink. 69779. She stared at the shoe for longer than she intended. Memory tickled the back of her throat. She dropped it in the sink and ran the faucet, watched the water pool around it. The shoe glittered under the kitchen light, garish and bright. The phone rang again, as soon as her back was turned. This time, she answered on the first ring, the plastic sticking to her jaw. "Look," she said, letting her voice curl up. "If you want your Cinderella slipper back, you're gonna have to pay the ransom." A new voice on the line. Not a child's, not a grown man, but something in between, something cracked. "You remember the number," it said, soft as the caulking in her bathroom. The line went dead, her pulse doing 12 rounds in her chest. After, she washed her hands till they stung. She drank half a bottle of seltzer and ripped the shoe into pieces with kitchen scissors. She took the scraps out to the dumpster and threw them in with the rest of the building's trash. When she came back up, Mrs. Petrov stood in the hallway, hand pressed to the wall for balance. "You have visitor," the old woman whispered. Her teeth looked carved out of chalk. "Thanks," Sharon said, slipping past her. She didn't want to talk, didn't want to see anyone else. Back in her apartment, nothing had changed except the pigeon was gone from the window. A tiny print of blood on the glass, almost a fingerprint, marked where it had been. She opened her laptop and tried to finish her design project, but the letters on the screen started floating, drifting off into meaningless strings, every word looking like a secret code. She deleted the entire paragraph and shut the lid with a slam. At 3 a.m., she woke up thirsty. The apartment was cold and quiet, the radiator off schedule. She padded into the kitchen and opened the fridge for a drink. There, instead of water, sat a pair of shoes. Not one, but two. Matched red slippers, glossy as cherry pie. Her skin crawled. She slammed the fridge and opened it again. The shoes hadn't moved. Each had a new number written in Sharpie, 5 digits, same as before but different now. 98655 and 35211. She lined the shoes on the counter and stared at them, waiting for them to explain themselves. When they didn't, she threw them in a grocery bag and left them in the hallway, hoping the cleaning lady would take them away in the morning. She didn't sleep the rest of the night. Shadows twisted on her wall, shapes unfamiliar. She thought about her own childhood, about the games she'd played with her brother in their old house near the marsh, how they'd left shoes on every stair to trip their mother. The memory should have made her smile, but now it just made her cold. By sunrise, there were more shoes outside her door. Dozens of them, all children's, all variously scuffed and shiny and tiny. The numbers written on them were always 5 digits, never a repeat, but never sequential either. Each morning brought more. On the 15th day, a human foot arrived, trimmed at the ankle, wrapped in butcher paper. The delivery was so casual, just left on her doorstep, like the rest of the gifts, that Sharon almost stepped on it bringing in the groceries. She screamed so loud the neighbors banged on the wall. She gave them the finger through the thin drywall and took the foot inside. It was a child's foot, plump and pale, toenails painted lemon yellow. The number drawn on the arch was 18345. She called the management office. She got an answering machine. She called her mother. Her mother said, "Don't be dramatic, honey. It's just a mean prank. Hang in there, you'll start over somewhere better." The words made her feel less substantial. That night, the phone didn't ring. Instead, her laptop powered on by itself, fan whirring, and a single word doc opened on the screen. It read, in 12-point times New Roman, "I like your feet." She bought new locks the next day. She sealed her window shut with duct tape. She unplugged the phone, threw it into the kitchen sink, and watched it arc and short. She couldn't keep dancing. There were shoes in every cupboard, boots and sandals and Mary Janes, toes poking out from impossible places. The air was thick with the sweetness of latex and the iron tang of blood. She barely noticed the cabbage anymore. On the 30th day, someone knocked at the door. Not a delivery, not a prank. Just a single, slow knock. Sharon didn't answer. She sat with her back to the door and tried to slow her breathing. The knock came again. She closed her eyes, thought about the pigeon's blood on her window, about her brother's shoes on the stairs, about the numbers multiplying in her head. She thought about how, when she was little, she dreamed that the world was a giant mouth and that everything she loved was something to be chewed up and spat out. The knock kept coming. Slow, patient, always waiting. She didn't open it. She never would. But in another life, another world, Sharon finally understood she was already picked clean. She coughed, sucked damp metallic air over her teeth, and crawled forward. Her left knee made squishy sounds as it pressed into the mud. Blood or water, she couldn't tell in the dark. Cinder block walls sloped away into nothingness on all sides. It was a room, but not a room. A cell, but Sharon couldn't figure out if she was above ground or buried. Hell, maybe somewhere in between. There was light, kind of. A string of Christmas bulbs zigged along the seam where the wall met the ceiling. Some lit up steady maroon, some strobed, some burned out, and the ones that worked painted her shadow a garish, jittery thing that hopped across the wall ahead of her. She blinked and her eyes stung. She'd been in worse situations, maybe not this bad, but she was definitely awake and alive, which was 2 up on where she'd last checked in. She wiped her hand down her chin. The blood that smeared from her lip was sticky and almost black. The taste on her tongue was all salt and iron. That felt familiar, at least. She breathed, in, out, steady. The air grated through her lungs, thick with ammonia and something coppery. There was a memory of pain, right there behind her left ear, along with a lump that felt like a quail egg embedded under her skin. Someone had cracked her with something, and given the caked blood matting her hair, probably a crowbar or pipe rather than a lead pipe, which she always heard left cleaner wounds. Stupid, she thought. She'd let her guard down, or maybe she'd never had it up in the first place. She moved her tongue around her mouth, found a molar that was cracked but still hanging in place. That was something. She could spit it out later if it came to that. For now, she needed information, basic, rudimentary. What the hell is this place and how do I get out? First level basics. The floor she crawled over transitioned from soft mud to concrete, cold on her kneecaps. She listened. There was a noise to her left, maybe whispering, or maybe the sound of leaking water. She reasoned that knowing which would be useful. Sharon got to her feet. Her hands were slimy, so she wiped them off on her jeans. Denim, black, still her size. She gave herself a quick pat down. Phone gone, wallet gone, but her boots were still on her feet. Left foot had a crunch in it, maybe metatarsal fracture, but she'd walked on worse. She limped toward the sound, hugging the wall, trying to read the shadows. The Christmas lights flickered overhead, painting everything in wet, bruised color. She stopped at the corner. The wall here was warm, as if some giant, invisible heart beat just beneath the concrete. The sound grew louder, more urgent. The river of voices or water, steady and sad. Sharon pressed her palm to the wall and felt it pulse. Alive almost. She imagined putting her ear to the concrete, but the image of her head being pulped by a sledgehammer made her reconsider. She looked up instead. At the seam of light between ceiling and wall, something flickered. A shape not quite human, not quite animal, shivering on the edge of her peripheral vision. She squinted, and it disappeared. She kept moving. The corridor opened into a round chamber. The walls in here were damp with condensation, the floor tiled with broken glass. In the center, a mattress, or what had once been a mattress, was mounded with rags and what looked like torn-up plush toys. Sharon's skin crawled. She checked behind her, saw nothing, so she took a step closer. There was movement, a tremor in the pile. She wondered if it was a rat, or a dying dog, or something worse. "Hey!" she said, and her own voice startled her. "Anyone home?" The mound shifted. There was a groan, almost human. Then something pale and spidery unfolded from the rags. At first she thought it was a child, but no. Wrong proportions. The limbs were too long, the head too thin. A face peered up at her out of the nest. A mask of translucent skin, bulbous black eyes, no lips. It opened its mouth and chirped. "Okay," Sharon muttered. "Guess you're not the welcoming committee." She backed toward the wall, keeping the thing in her line of sight. It watched her, hatchling awkward, then curled in on itself like a roly-poly and shivered. Something about its voice, that chirp, cut through her skull like a tuning fork. Sharon tried to think of her parents' house, of the soft brown sofa and the smell of her father's cigarettes, but the memory wouldn't come. Instead, she pictured a series of rooms, like this one, but smaller and filthier and full of gasping, mewling bodies. She remembered nothing, but her skin itched with the certainty that this was not her first time in a place like this. She wondered if the thing in the nest was her, or something left over from a version of her that had already been devoured. The air in the chamber thickened. Sharon felt her lungs slow down, like she was breathing water instead of air. The shape in the pile uncurled, stretching new, raw arms toward her. It beckoned. Sharon almost laughed, a real, joyless snort, at the pathetic gesture. She thought of her little brother, when he'd been sick as a baby, and how he'd held his arms up, gummy and weak, wanting only to be held. She didn't want to touch this thing, but she also didn't want to see what it would be like if it got mad. She stepped forward, boots crunching glass, and crouched over the nest. She reached out, bracing herself for the cold or the slime or the bite. But when she touched its hand, the skin was hot, fevered. It squeezed her palm weakly. The thing chirped again, softer this time. His black eyes blinked, maybe then fixed on her face. Sharon felt her own heartbeat slow, then matched the throb of the warm wall behind her. "All right," she said. "You're scared. I get it. Me too." She sat down, cross-legged, and dragged the mattress closer with her free hand. The creature's grip tightened, then it collapsed back into the rags, spent. Sharon exhaled. Maybe it needed her. She wasn't sure if she was okay with that, but she'd been someone's crutch before, and once you figured out the rhythm, it was hard to let go. She stared at the Christmas bulbs overhead, teasing out their pattern. There was something behind the flicker, a code or a language, but it eluded her. She wondered if the thing in the nest could see it too. She wondered which one of them would die here first, or if either of them would. A door opened somewhere above her. The lights dimmed. The thing in the nest whimpered, and Sharon wrapped her arms around her knees, bracing for whatever came next. The first time Sharon saw the city, she was on her way to a party. Not a real party, just some kids at the old warehouse, passing a bottle and telling lies about who they'd kissed. But still, the anticipation made her tongue frizzle and her skin feel 2 sizes too tight, like she was going to burst out of herself and float above the streetlights. That was the first time she noticed the helicopters, too. They circled the high rises, slow and patient, barely more than shadows against the eggshell sky. She was never alone, really. Even now, thinking back, she'd never been alone, not since the city. She remembered walking west along the tram rails, her friend Danny at her side, both of them laughing at the way the streetlights turned their shadows into giants. Somewhere, a dog howled. Somewhere else, glass shattered. The air was wet with fog and something sour, like rot. Danny nudged her and said, "You ever notice how this place smells like an open grave?" Sharon had, but she liked it. The warehouse was at the edge of what used to be the garment district, a lopsided brick building honeycombed with broken windows. Sharon and Danny climbed in through the side, up a ladder missing every other rung, then down into the gloom where the others waited. Inside, the walls were tagged with graffiti, smiling skulls, mushroom clouds, the words "NO Future" slashed in cartoonish bubble letters. She remembered thinking it was all very theatrical, like a movie set, right up until she saw the blood. It was a lot of blood, a puddle as wide as a car tire, pooling on the cracked concrete, already going sticky at the edges. Nobody screamed. They just stepped around it. Normal, she guessed. One of the new guys, Rake, said it was probably a fox or a stray dog, something that had gotten lost in the dark and wandered into the city's soft spot. Sharon looked up and saw, for a second, the legs of a dead animal hanging from the rafters above. But then she blinked and the legs were gone. It shouldn't have bothered her, nothing did back then, but it did. She remembered the next few hours only in jagged frames. Her friends laughing, the taste of cheap gin, Rake picking at the black scabs that dotted his knuckles, the pulse of music coming from nowhere. There was a moment later when Sharon went outside to breathe. She stood on the loading dock and watched the fog curl around the dumpsters, thick enough to hide a world of secrets. "Hey," Danny said, suddenly right behind her. Sharon jumped, then tried to cover with a grin. "Jesus, Danny, you trying to put me in an early grave?" "Just wanted to make sure you weren't gonna hurl," Danny said, smirking. "Also, your mom called me. She thinks you're at the movies." Sharon rolled her eyes, keeping her lips zipped. Truth was, her mother never would have guessed this. Her mother was the kind of person who believed in pure things like church and casseroles and recycling. The thought made Sharon's chest go hot with guilt, but she stuffed it down. They stood for a while, staring into the murk. Danny lit a cigarette and offered one to Sharon, who took it just to have something to do with her hands. "See that?" Danny pointed with her chin. "Far side of the lot." Sharon squinted. There was a shape in the fog, hunched and glistening, like a cairn built out of meat. First she thought it was a dog, then a statue, then she didn't know what to think. She couldn't stop looking. The hairs on her neck stood up. "Weird," Sharon said. "I dare you to touch it." Danny grinned, flicking her ash. Sharon grinned back. "I double dare you." They both laughed, but neither of them moved. Eventually, they went back inside. The jelly meat in the fog stayed put, and Sharon poured herself another drink, and time stuttered forward. She remembered the moment the helicopters got loud. Real loud, the way thunder is loud when it's about to break over your house, and the way the lights outside flickered, then died. Not all at once. More like an infection creeping through the wiring. The music kept playing, but now the voices were wrong, backwards or slowed down. Sharon couldn't tell. She remembered Danny grabbing her hand, squeezing so tight their knuckles popped. Rake and the others crowding around the windows, peering out at the street. Danny saying something, but the words were chopped up, like she was shouting underwater. The snap of electricity, the taste of burning ozone, the sense of all the city's eyes turning to look at her, just her, only her, and then nothing. Not blackness, but a world turned inside out, where all the familiar shapes had curdled and every shadow grew claws and teeth. Sharon's memory of that night died there, or maybe just burrowed down into the dark, waiting to reemerge. She woke again in the round room with the nest. The creature had crawled into her lap while she slept, its arms and legs wrapped around her calf. She looked down and it jerked its head up, bird-like, as if it had never seen a human face. Hashtag. A girl named Sharon was screaming in the parking lot, her voice caught in the small hours between car alarms and early bus engines. She ran for the lamplight, arms windmilling, her hair trailing behind her in pulpy strips. Most people ignored her. That was the trick of the city. Act like you belong, and eventually your footprints get lost in the endless pleather. But Sharon didn't belong. She never had. Her right knee spasmed with the memory of a fall. The concrete grape-stained, a pebble embedded in her kneecap 12 years ago and now resurrected by her own bad luck. Sharon swore at it. She ducked behind a wind-warped Camry and pressed her back to the chipped paint, gulping air that tasted like scorched Windex. Something moved. Sharon's body stiffened. Above her, a dirty white banner flapped on a rough 2x4 nailed askew to a chain-link fence. Student parking in purple letters, some of them worn into illegibility. She was pinned just below the paint shadow of the S. Safe for now. She grinned at the thought, though she didn't trust the shape of her own mouth these days. The smile came out wrong, full of Halloween and old band posters. When Sharon peered over the hood, the dark was empty. She forced her legs to uncurl and stalked along the row, pumping herself up with a running monologue. You're Sharon X, Queen of Insta, ex-captain of JV soccer, destroyer of 3 parent marriages and 1 principal sanity. You're not afraid of anything real, except the idea that you're wrong about what's real. The streets were clotting with fog and hostility. Here was the trouble. Sharon had witnessed something bad 3 hours ago, and now the bad thing was chasing her, moving on legs so long they could eat the city in a single stride. And her phone was dead, and her friends were gone, and her father's new wife had locked the doors for the night. So Sharon hid. She hid in architecture. The ugly cinderblock alcove behind Taco Taco, the sad pressboard shed in the teacher's lot, the sagging trunk of the maple tree out by the junior portables. She even tried hiding in her own skin, pulling her arms tight against her ribs and watching the gooseflesh ripple. None of it worked. The fog thickened. The thing hunting her grew bolder. She made it to the playground. Not the new playground with the soft mulch and the zip line, but the old one left to rot in the shadow of the gym. The swings hung limp. The seesaw was gone. The metal slide yawned with rust, its surface stippled with the scaly red of blood. Sharon flopped onto the bottom rung of the old monkey bars and stared upward, hearing her own heartbeat in the scaffolding. She waited for the thing to find her, hoping it was at least the kind of monster that introduced itself before the eating started. Nothing came. Not at first. Time passed the way it always did, slouching and hungry and mean. Sharon's thoughts grew scattershot, leaping from meme to half-memory to the one physics teacher who'd ever made her feel smart. She flexed her hands, imagined she was holding a tiny planet and squeezing it until it burst. How many people would die if she squeezed just a little harder? Would the thing still want her if there was nothing left to want? She was still deciding when a voice sliced out of the playground's dark artery. Found you, it said. It was not a human voice, but it also was not a human voice. Its cadence fluttered in her eardrum like the time she'd gotten an ant trapped in her headphones during gym. Sharon stood, brushing flakes of ancient paint from her shorts. She opened her mouth to scream, but all she managed was a hiss, a sound even her cat would have shrugged at. "What do you want?" she said to the space behind the monkey bars. The thing unfolded. It was all elbows and equations, draped in the leftovers of office casual wardrobes and eBay wigs. Its eyes blinked in parallel and then not at all. Sharon decided it looked like a teacher melted into a stack of wrong-sized mannequins, and then regretted the thought instantly because it was too close to truth. "What do you want?" she repeated. The thing smacked its lips, or whatever it had for lips, and said, "You are Sharon," like it was reading from a note scrawled in Sharpie. "Yeah," she said, voice steadier now. "And you're?" It shivered, shrugged with 6 or 7 different shoulders, and said, "I am the principal," which was true and not true, just like half the rumors that had gotten her suspended last year. Sharon knew the play. When you don't know the rules, make your own. She rolled her eyes, stomped one foot for effect, and said, "Cool. So what do you want from me?" The thing that might be a principal wheeled around in a circle, fast as a streetlight flicker. "Attendance," it said, "is mandatory." Sharon snorted. "I graduated. Like, yesterday." The thing nodded, and even that was wrong, like a GIF trying to imitate a human gesture. "Attendance is forever. There is no beginning. There is no end." Sharon rolled her head back and laughed, cackled until she might snap her own spine. "Is this a metaphor? I'm not in the mood for, like, a social commentary jump scare." But the thing only cocked its head, or several of them, and said, "If you do not attend, you will be marked absent. There are consequences for absence." A low breeze clamped the air. Sharon's lungs stuck together, then slipped loose with a wet pop. What consequences? It reached into its jacket, her old vice principal's jacket. She realized, a trophy from the lost and found, and withdrew a single blue tardy slip. Handed it to her. The paper was warm. "You must report," it said, "to room 137. Detention." Sharon stared at the slip, which was definitely bleeding at the corners, and bit her tongue so she wouldn't say something snarky. Snark was poison, her mother used to say. Sarcasm erodes reality. But her mother was dead, and Sharon was not, and she could feel the thing's gaze coil around her like a python. "If I go, will you leave me alone?" Sharon asked. "We will see," said the thing. It started jangling away, loose-jointed and happy as a new hire. Sharon followed. The air thickened with ozone. They passed the gym, the doors of which now bulged like lungs, and turned into the main building through a side door Sharon had explicitly tagged with a penis last semester. The halls were lit in jaundice. The walls flexed with student of the month portraits, none of which looked quite right. Some had teeth where their noses should be, others wore ribbons made of what might have been intestines. Sharon tried not to look. The principal thing led her to room 137. The door was gone. Where the knob should have been, there was just a pulsing wetness, the kind of thing you'd only see if you were the last person alive on Earth. The thing gestured. Sharon stepped through. Inside was a classroom, but not like any she remembered. The desks were fused together in a kind of meaty sculpture. The chalkboard wept. There was one other student. A boy she'd seen once at a party, the kind of minor player you forget until they die in a drunk driving accident. His head lolled forward, drool stringing down his chin, but his eyes snapped open when she entered. "Sharon," he said, and she heard the capital letter in his voice, like he was reading off a list. "Yeah," she said. "Don't tell me. You're the attendance monitor." He shook his head. "I'm exceeding expectations," he said, which was a joke about his yearbook quote, and then he laughed, but nothing about the laugh was teenage. Sharon sat down. The principal thing closed the door and vanished into whatever dimension it came from. Time nodded. For the next 60 minutes, Sharon and her classmate played a game with no rules. They stacked pencils until they fell. They carved messages into the fused desk, help US, F asterisk CKOFF, Geo Sabers. At one point, the boy started to cry, but Sharon wasn't sure it was real crying. At the bell, which was a sound like steel teeth scraping glass, the principal came back. You have completed your detention, it said. You may resume. Resume what? Sharon said. The thing shrugged, which suggested everything and nothing. High school, it said. Sharon's hands shook. I graduated, she insisted, but this time it sounded more like a prayer. The principal clucked its tongue. What is high school, if not a state of mind? The classroom walls buckled. Sharon heard the playground again, the screech of sneakers and the clatter of colliding bodies. The city outside the window boiled with neon. She realized she was starving. It led her back to the playground. The fog was gone. The city was just as she'd left it, full of cars and errors and expectations. Attendance is forever, the principal said one last time. Sharon ran. She ran all the way home. Her father's new wife was still up, eating yogurt at the kitchen counter, looking at nothing. Sharon blinked, shook her head, and realized she still had the blue slip in her hand. It was warm and getting warmer. Sharon shoved it into her bag and went up to her room, where she stared at the ceiling all night, wondering if she'd ever slept at all. The next day, she woke up in the parking lot again, screaming. Sharon's mouth tasted metallic, like her gums were bleeding, though when she swiped her tongue along her teeth, she couldn't find the source. The aftertaste wasn't just in her mouth. It saturated her breath, like she'd been French kissing a depleted battery. She tried to focus on the lecture, but the world shimmered around the edges, as though her own blood were running up against an electromagnetic field and stuttering. The professor's voice threaded through her hangover with an almost medicated smoothness. Okay, so she'd gone a little hard with the Thursday night party, but it wasn't anything she hadn't survived before. Nothing that should be causing her eyes to vibrate in their sockets. She pressed her fingers to her temples and tried to will herself into focus. Samantha, 2 seats over, smelled like cheap perfume and cigarettes, which made Sharon gag and grin at the same time. Sharon had always admired the way Samantha managed to be the living stereotype of herself, kind of a philosophy major's version of a cautionary tale. Hey, Samantha whispered, in that raspy voice that always sounded like she was about to cough up something solid. Did you see Jay this morning? Sharon shook her head, immediately regretting the motion. Nope, thought he was with you. Sam's expression did something complicated. A little smile, a little worry, a little I don't want to talk about it. He left, like before the sun was up. Weird, right? Not weird for Jay, Sharon thought, but she didn't say it. Instead, she squinted at the clock, which was either ticking backward or she was so out of it she couldn't process time linearly. The class was on horror in the modern era, and today's topic was existential dread and the non-Euclidean. Her professor, a terminally delighted man named Dr. Forrester, gestured to a slide about cosmic horror, which was just an artist's rendering of what looked like a vagina made of teeth. Sharon choked out a laugh. She couldn't help herself. It was all so obvious. Ms. Kane, Dr. Forrester said, voice climbing in pitch until it shattered against the back wall. Care to comment? Sharon blinked. It looks like someone made a Lovecraft monster out of deli meat, she said. Half the class snickered, the other half tried not to. Dr. Forrester's lips spiraled into an ambiguous smile. A fair point. Deli meats are, after all, just a chaotic assemblage of animal parts. But what about the effect on the observer? What does this image make you feel if you set aside the impulse to mock it? She started to say hungry, but the aftertaste in her mouth reminded her she hadn't eaten since yesterday, and suddenly she could feel her stomach clamping into a fist. The image was starting to pulse, the slideshow flickering, the teeth undulating ever so slightly. Maybe she was still a little high. Weirdly familiar, she managed. And that was the last thing she remembered before the room telescoped and she was outside, alone and squinting in the hard noon sun. She had no idea how the hour had passed her. It had just slipped. She thumbed her phone. 17 missed texts, mostly from the group chat. She tapped it open. It was all blurry photos and rapid-fire thumb wars about the party. But then there was one from Jay, time-stamped at 3:12 a.m. Don't go back in the house. Wait for me. She read it 3 times. The house. The one on Leland. The one they'd all broken into after midnight because it was supposed to be haunted, or haunted adjacent, or at least weird enough to make Samantha shriek and Jay laugh and Sharon herself. Queen of extroverts, queen of Wewelo, go first up the rotting staircase with her arms stretched, howling, "Show me your non-Euclidean architecture, baby." She didn't really remember much after that, just a montage. Flashlight beams, old bones, a mattress with stains like small islands, a mirror that made everyone look thin and leprous, and something about the closet? No, that was gone, or sealed up behind whatever static was riding her vision. Sharon. Samantha again, catching up to her on the quad, eyes bloodshot and bright. You okay? You look off. I think I'm still drunk, Sharon said, waving it off. What's up with Jay? I was going to ask you that, said Samantha. He never left like that before, just gone. He was texting you all night. Sharon considered this. It didn't feel true, but her memory was hissing, unreliable. He said not to go back in the house. He told me to wait for him. Samantha's mouth went tight. He texted me the opposite. She fished her phone out, shattered, filthy with fingerprints, and showed Sharon the top message, timestamped 2 minutes after Sharon's. If I'm not back by dawn, don't let Sharon back in the house. Sharon's scalp tingled. Ha, wow, drama queen, she said, but her voice sounded hollow even to herself. They stood, both watching the quad in silence, 2 girls with nothing to do but go to class or go get lunch, or maybe, Sharon almost said it aloud, go back to the house. I think, she said slow, as if the words were trying to swim out of her teeth. Maybe we should check if he's there. Samantha didn't argue, which startled Sharon. I don't want to go back alone, she admitted. Don't be a baby, Sharon said, and they both laughed at the olden joke. Samantha was never the baby. Sharon always was. But neither of them was laughing too hard. They walked the 12 blocks. The house on Leland was built in the style of a 19th century frown. The front porch pitched forward. The windows wore thick curtains layered with nicotine and time. The lock on the door had long been made obsolete by a shoulder and a healthy disrespect for property lines. Sharon led the way again. Inside, the house was darker than it should have been, the smell of old carpet mingling with a sharp, tannic air. Sharon's hands remembered the way, even if her brain didn't. She found the staircase, made a show of stomping on each step for Samantha's benefit, and shouted, Marco, Polo. Came Samantha's thin echo behind her. Upstairs, the hallway felt pinched, like the walls were holding in a laugh. The memory of her own voice came back to Sharon, ricocheting off the lath and plaster. Show me your non-Euclidean architecture, baby. She could see how dumb she'd sounded, how desperate she was to be seen as the fearless one. The closet was at the end of the hall. Its door hung open, balanced against the jamb like a broken limb. The mirror had been moved. It leaned against the opposite wall now, angled to reflect the open closet door, and in the dim afternoon light, it looked like a tunnel into a better lit, but much uglier version of the hallway. She stared at it, willing her reflection to appear, but the glass only showed the door. Samantha hung back. I don't remember that mirror being there, she whispered. Sharon shrugged, but it wasn't convincing. Let's just grab him if he's hiding and get out, she said. She stepped into the closet. The air changed immediately, colder, denser, as if someone was holding a bag of ice across her mouth. Something crunched underfoot. Sharon crouched, squinting in the dark. It was a pile of teeth, shattered and yellow at the root. "Gross," she muttered and started to back out. But the closet was no longer the depth of a standard closet. It stretched away, dim and weirdly wet-sounding, like somewhere in the distance water was running over stone. She looked over her shoulder at Samantha, who had vanished, or maybe was just standing very still out of sight. She turned back to the closet. The mirror was gone. The corridor behind her was gone. There was only closet, and the low, bone-white path that snaked through it. The next room, she had to believe there was a next room, or she might scream, was filled with the things she'd seen in her worst hangovers. Furniture shaped like wounds, stains that moved as she watched them, a bed made entirely out of braided hair. At the far end of the room, Jay was standing, facing the wall. Sharon's voice caught. "Jay?" He didn't turn. His body trembled like a tuning fork, neck craned into the corner. She moved closer, slow, ready to punch him on the arm and call him a jerk, and maybe ask about what the fuck was going on. But when she got close enough to see his face, she realized he didn't have one. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. Just smooth, blank skin, vibrating with breath. Sharon staggered back, tripped over a pile of teeth, and fell to the floor. The shock of it jolted her, but she scrambled up and ran, full tilt, past Jay and deeper into the closet, because the way out had vanished and she didn't want to stay in the same room as him. She didn't know how long she ran, her lungs burning and her hands slick with sweat. The corridor changed behind her, the walls flexing and flattening, sometimes closing around her like a coffin and sometimes opening out into vistas. Rooms wider than logic, with ceilings so high they bent away into darkness. It was only when she hit a dead end that she realized she'd been pursued. At first she thought it was Jay behind her, but when she turned, the only thing there was a girl, pale as ash, hair matted and greasy, dressed in Sharon's own clothes. The other Sharon smiled. The smile was too large, too toothy. "Hey, babe," said the reflection. "Let's stay here forever." Sharon woke up in the quad, sunlight filtering through her eyelids. Samantha shaking her shoulder and saying something she couldn't quite parse. Her phone was gone. Her hands were clean, but under her nails was something white and gritty. She smoothed her hair and laughed. "Sorry," she said. "Guess I blacked out for a sec." In the periphery, Sharon thought she saw Jay. Just for a second, standing under the shade of the trees, his face turned away. But it wasn't his silhouette. It was hers. And the other Sharon was watching, eyes bright, mouth split open in a too big smile. She closed her eyes and decided never to go back to the house on Leland. But she always did. The story would always start again, and so would she, more extroverted than ever, haunting her own corridors, running the loop until someone finally joined her. There was no end to the darkness in the gymnasium. Even after 7 months of renovations, for new banks of fluorescence, and the constant Allen wrench fidgeting of custodians swapping out bulbs, the old St. Maximilian Kolbe High School Rec Center sucked up light like a collapsed star. Sharon had spent part of her childhood in spaces like this, listening to the creak of bleachers and the haunting moan that the heating vents made when the janitor flicked on the steam. If she closed her eyes, she could nearly time travel. Past the years she'd kind of lived with Aunt Jean. Past the final sickly winter at home, before everything boiled over. Past the dried blood on the cracked pavement where Coach Seeger used to make her run laps until she puked. Only now, the world had followed after her, or maybe grown up around her like a vine. She was the only one who used the gym at this hour, always 3:43 to 3:53 a.m., by her phone's clock. The new keycard unlocked things that should have stayed locked. The high windows whited out with frost, the greasy scent of industrial floor cleaner, the hush punctuated only by her own ragged breathing and the squeak of her sneakers. She ran in black silence. No music, no podcasts, just the slap of her feet and the Darwinian urge to finish another set of wind sprints before the panic could catch up to her. Some nights, She'd taste the iron in her mouth and remember how Aunt Jean, drunk and sentimental, once called her a feral little creature, which in retrospect was actually sort of a compliment. On this particular night, Sharon was rounding the court for the 8th sprint, lungs knotted but legs steady, when she heard it. A weird, low-frequency rumble that didn't belong to any piece of gym equipment. It wasn't a fire alarm, and it wasn't the dull groan of the building settling. It was closer than that, inside the bones of the place, localized somewhere past the scoreboard and the racks of sweat-flecked balls. It happened again. Louder this time, a rolling growl that seemed to shut her up out of the floor and into the roots of her teeth. She stopped short, heart hammering. The rumble faded. For a moment, all she could hear was her own pulse, tapped out in Morse code against her eardrums. She waited, sure she'd imagined it. Nothing happened, just the lazy drift of dust motes in the air, the far-off click of pipes. Sharon wiped her face with her sleeve, spat on the hardwood, and checked the time, 3:52. Whatever. She headed for the locker room, shoes popping off the floor like wet suction cups. In the ancient shower stalls, the water ran from tepid to glacial, as if the plumbing had been designed in Soviet Russia. She stripped off her t-shirt and leggings, tossed them into a loose bundle on the tiles, and tried to ignore the labyrinthine quality of the dark behind her. Even in the mildewed, tile and limestone tomb of a locker room, the weird feeling lingered. A sense of being watched, or worse, remembered. Did places remember? Was that a thing? It would be just her luck to be haunted by a goddamn gym. She scrubbed down, shivering, until her skin went numb and pink. After, she sat on one of the knee-high benches, towel-wrapped, and tried not to listen too closely to the sounds from the outer hallways. They were normal sounds, probably, but every so often another tremor shook through the walls, vibrating out as if the whole building were a tuning fork, and she had to hold her breath and count to 12 before it passed. The rules of the nighttime gym were simple. Don't linger, don't fuck around, and don't leave anything behind. She broke the last rule by accident. When she'd almost made it back to her car, she realized her phone was still in the locker room. Even in the best of times, her memory was spotty. She had a banker's box of such forgettings, most of them minor. Keys locked in trunks, overdue bills, college applications mailed 2 months too late. Why not one more? She jogged back, annoyed at herself for being so predictable, and swung through the gym doors. The lights inside flickered, but didn't hesitate. High voltage, welcoming and stark. On the far side of the court, one of the thick curtain partitions had come unfurled, draping from the rafters like a funeral shroud. The rumble was gone, but there was a new sound. A whisper, almost, or an intake of breath right before a scream. Nope, Sharon thought. Not my circus. She went straight for the locker room, punched in the code, and found her phone exactly where she'd left it. As she bent to pick it up, muscles warm but mind icy, she noticed something else. On the mirror, above the sinks, someone or something had traced a message in the steam left by her own shower. Run. The word was fresh and wet, the droplets still gathering into tiny rivulets that snaked down the glass. Sharon, who'd been running all her life, took the advice. She was out of the building in under a minute. She never looked back until she was in the driver's seat of her Kia, engine stuttering in the -20-degree cold. And even then her hands shook so hard she nearly dropped the keys. By daylight, everything was always less dire. Sharon worked the early shift at the deli counter of the Megamart across from the school, slicing Finnish loaf and stacking cheese ends for the hungover managers. She liked this job for 2 reasons. It required minimal human interaction, and it allowed her to eat basically unlimited samples of Gouda cubes without anyone asking questions. The third secret reason was that she always left before 2 p.m., which meant she rarely had to see the sky turn that weird bruise-purple color it got at dusk, that shade that felt like an open wound. She thought about the mirror message all through her shift, but logic told her it was a prank. Maybe there was a night janitor, or one of the assistant coaches with a sadistic sense of humor. Maybe she'd written it herself in some fugue and erased the memory along with the rest. It was easy, actually, to convince herself of this, especially by 11 a.m. when the world was full of bread smells and shimmering fluorescent lights and none of those ghostly shadow puppets the gym loved to breed. At 1:23 p.m., perched in the break room with her feet up and a monster-sized Diet Coke sweating in her fist, her phone buzzed. Unknown number. She let it ring. If people wanted her that badly, they could leave a message. Something was different, though, in the way the phone persisted. The screen flashed until she nearly hurled it against the wall. On the seventh buzz, which was longer and more urgent than the others, she snatched it up and thumbed the green button. Yeah. There was a long silence. Then, is this Sharon? She didn't recognize the voice. Male or maybe a really androgynous woman. Crisp consonants, no particular accent. Who's asking? It's urgent that you get this message, the voice said. You are in considerable danger. Do not return to the gym. Do not attempt to contact anyone about what you've seen. Above all else, do not look at the partition. She rolled her eyes, already losing patience. If this is Tad or somebody from the meat department, you're hilarious. Now fuck off. The line clicked dead. Sharon went the rest of the day without incident. She left at 1:59 p.m., pulled on her battered thrift store coat, and walked out into needle-sharp sunlight. At the far end of the lot, she spotted an unfamiliar car. A white Honda Civic, windows blacked out with tint. The kind of car that belonged to dads who thought they were still in high school. She scanned for the driver, but the Civic remained inert, hood dusted with frost. Maybe nothing. When she got in her car, the dashboard read -17 degrees Fahrenheit, which was almost comical. She started the engine, then remembered she was supposed to pick up a package at the school's main office for Coach Seeger. She debated skipping it, but the old ingrained sense of obligation won out, and she cut across the street on foot, bracing against wind knives that shaved the flesh from her cheeks. St. Maximilian Kolbe was one of those structures that looked more like a prison than a school, all cinder block and security cameras and angry signage. She'd been here a year, 3 days a week, and still didn't know who Maximilian Kolbe was. Probably a pope or a bishop or something. Inside, the offices glowed with wheezy yellow energy. Secretary in leopard print. Sad-eyed crucifix on the wall, glaring down at motivational posters that said things like, "Dreams work if you do." She signed for the package, a cheap set of stopwatches, by the look of the box, and was halfway out the door when she heard her name called. Sharon. She turned, and maybe her luck was changing because it was Maya, the only person in town who consistently gave a shit about her presence. Maya was the school nurse, and had mastered the rare art of being unfazed by other people's weirdness. "Hey," Sharon said, lifting the box as proof of chore. "Mission accomplished. You okay? You look kind of peaked." "Didn't sleep," Sharon lied. "Just cold." Maya gave her the nurse once-over. Head tilt, brow furrow, eyes lingering fractionally longer than they should have. "You can come by my office if you need to nap or whatever. I confiscated some Red Bulls from the hockey team." Sharon nodded because that was the thing to do and started toward the exit. Then, over her shoulder, she said, "Hey, do you know anything about, weird noises in the gym basement?" Maya half smiled. "You mean besides the sub-basement?" "Yeah. There's rats, mostly. Sometimes the pipes bang. We get kids busting in to vape on the bleachers, so probably that, too." "Why?" "No reason. Just thought maybe something was off." Maya's expression went a little complicated. "If you're creeped out, just tell Seeger. He'll show you the blueprints or whatever. People used to get lost in there before they bricked up the catwalks." "Awesome. Love a good catwalk," Sharon said and left. Outside, the Civic was gone. She couldn't remember hearing it leave. The night crept up on her, as it always did in February. Sharon ate a Kraft single at her kitchen counter, poked through 3 episodes of a procedural hospital drama, and then sat on the couch, staring at her phone. Every few minutes, She checked the weather app, as if the numbers could explain the tension in her gut. 2, then 4, then 7 hours passed, and still she couldn't convince herself to sleep. 3:02 a.m., the phone buzzed again. Unknown number, same as before. She let it go. 3 minutes later, it rang again. On the fourth try, she picked up and didn't say anything. The voice, more urgent now. Do not enter the gym. Listen to me, Sharon. Whatever you do. She hung up on it, but the message or the dare hooked her. She got dressed. Thermal layer, hoodie, an old pair of running pants. She didn't bother with makeup, but she did, for the first time in ages, try to brush her hair. Tangled, so halfway through she quit and jammed on a knit cap. At 3:44 a.m. exactly, she jammed her keycard into the gym's ancient slot and shouldered the door open. This time, the lights didn't come up right away. The place was dim, the only illumination coming from a single bare bulb over the central court, which made the shadows look like wolves circling a fire. Sharon walked to the middle of the court. The growl was waiting for her, so deep it felt like it was massaging her insides, tuning her organs to some weird, off-brand frequency. She didn't run. She walked the perimeter, slow and deliberate. The rest area was her refuge. Sharon always thought of it that way. Rest, a noun, a verb, a half-promise. The fluorescent lights were broken in half the fixtures, lending everything the pallor of boiled chicken. If you looked up, you could see the beads of dust on each tube, undisturbed and secret, and also the fat black bug corpses layered on the inside of each plastic lens. That was what Sharon did as she waited. She watched the bug corpses, counted them in the nearest light, established a record to break next time. Today, she got to 12 before the squat man behind the counter cleared his throat and said, "You need anything, miss?" Of course she did. She had nothing except her duffel and her phone and the swelling, jumpy pain in her ankle. She hobbled up to the counter and blinked at the selection in the warmer. Pucks of pepperoni pizza, seeping with yellow grease. A heap of taquitos, burnt and curled at both ends. Chicken wings, aged to a toenail color. She pointed at the taquito and said, "Do I need to sign something?" "4?" the man said, and Sharon smiled her host smile, the practiced one. "To account for the taste. So I can sue you later." She accepted the wrapper, grateful for the burning heat in her palm. It was 60 miles to the next town, and Sharon's ride was gone. Her fault, maybe, for trying to break the awkward silence with honesty. The driver, a man with thick wrists, had let her off at this rest area after she told him what she was running from. Or maybe it was the way she'd said it, too blithe, too much like reciting the plot of a forgettable TV special. "My mom's dead, so's my house. I think my ex did it." Shrug like, what can you do? The man's hand had hovered near the gear shift until they hit the off-ramp, and he'd never looked back. She ate the taquito in slow bites, trying to make it last, and watched the other visitors. There was a family on the far end of the room, all in matching orange t-shirts, their voices loud and echoing. A little boy in that flock was staring at her with marble eyes, too serious for his age. He kept holding up his water bottle and tilting it as if to explain something. When she finished eating, Sharon dumped the wrapper and washed her hands for a solid 5 minutes, letting the water boil over her knuckles. She stared herself down in the mirror. Eyes rimmed pale and dark, bruise on the right temple from some crash she barely remembered. She looked like a transient, or worse, someone that people wanted to make disappear. She swiveled out of the bathroom and nearly collided with the orange family. The mom shooed the kids around her, giving Sharon a wide berth and a tight smile. Sharon wanted to tell her, "I'm not contagious," but the words died somewhere above her tongue. She limped to the edge of the lot and sat on the curb, wriggling her sneaker off carefully. The ankle was fat as a baked potato now, glossy and angry. Sharon pressed her fingers into the swelling, biting down on the pain. She needed to find ice, or at least something cold. But the vending machines in the rest area were picked clean of energy drinks, and the cooler in the lobby looked like it hadn't been restocked since Christmas. She was halfway through her mental inventory of possible ice sources. Could she scrape shavings off the freezer coils in the men's room? When a car rolled slowly into the lot. Black sedan, muffler blowing out blue-tinted exhaust, and behind the wheel someone in a parka, hood up. The car idled for a long time before the driver killed the engine. The figure stepped out, moved around to the passenger side, and clicked the lock. Sharon squinted, trying to get a read. A woman, small and wiry in the oversized coat, carrying something under one arm. She walked to the vending machines, regarded them with all the interest of someone observing a new species. Then, to Sharon's shock, the woman bent, pried open the front panel of the soda machine with bare hands, and reached inside. She came out with a Pepsi and a crumple of wires. The woman put the Pepsi back, untouched, and shoved the wires into her coat pocket, then turned and looked at Sharon, as if she'd known she was being watched the whole time. Need something? The woman's voice came out muffled by the parka hood. Sharon heard a hint of an accent, maybe Russian or Polish or Brooklyn, hard to say. Yeah, actually, Sharon said. You got any ice? She held up her ankle for visual aid, as if she were asking for a doctor's note. The woman considered her for a long beat, then said, Come here. They went behind the dumpster out of sight, where the woman unzipped a black backpack and rooted around inside. This is good, she said, and handed Sharon a cold pack, the kind you slap to activate. Thanks, Sharon said. I'm Sharon. You traveling alone? Not anymore, the woman said with a half smirk. Sit, I show you something. Sharon sat against the wall, pack pressed to her ankle. The woman crouched beside her, balancing a notebook on her knees. She flipped it open to a page covered in elaborate, curling handwriting, lines of English interspersed with dots and brackets. She tapped the page. This, she said, is the only true thing I have. Sharon smiled, leaning in. What's it say? It says there are men coming to kill you, so you should get your rest. It was a joke or sounded like one, but Sharon's laugh came out clipped. If I had $1 for every time I heard that, I'd be able to buy this whole... She waved vaguely at the rest area, not wanting to say dumpster and offend her host. The woman grinned, zipped the notebook shut. Then luck is with you. The first time you survive. They sat in silence, listening to the hum of the Pepsi machine, the distant chitter of crickets from some rental bush at the edge of the property. Sharon wanted to ask more, but the woman had already pulled her hood up and was fixing her gaze on the curve of highway, as if watching for something. After a while, the Orange family left. Then the squat man locked up the vending area and retreated to an office, his chair groaning through the wall. The black sedan's owner had taken over the territory, pacing the lot in her moon boots, always watching the road. It was somewhere past midnight when Sharon woke to the shriek of brakes. Her head snapped up, senses pricked. There was a van at the entrance to the rest area, matte white, no markings. Its headlights sliced through the windows, painting Sharon and her companion in stripes of light. The woman with the notebook glanced at Sharon, and for the first time her eyes betrayed fear, sharp and immediate. Inside, she said. Sharon lurched to her feet, ankle throbbing, and hobbled after her. They took cover in the bathroom, the chill of tile seeping through Sharon's jeans. The woman ducked into the men's room and came back out with a length of pipe, hefting it like a baton. From her vantage, Sharon could see through the crack in the door. 3 men in identical black windbreakers, moving with professional purpose. They had gloves and one carried a black plastic bag. No one spoke. The woman handed Sharon the cold pack. Hold this tight. If they see you, drop your head and run. Sharon nodded, hands sticky with sweat. Her stomach buzzed with adrenaline, sour and bright. Movement. The men fanned out, one toward the vending machines, the others toward the bathroom entrance. The lead guy poked his head in, eyes glassy in the blue-white light. Sharon looked at her reflection, the bruise on her head. She looked like a lost cause, which is maybe what she was. The woman with the notebook stepped into the open. "You're making mistake," she said, voice even. The men paused. The one with the bag unzipped it, drew out something that glinted in the light. Sharon sucked in breath, pressed herself against the cold tile. The woman whirled her pipe, landing a crack across the man's shin. He folded. Chaos. The first man lunged. The woman kneed him in the groin so hard his teeth snapped together. The third man made a grab for Sharon, but she wasn't there. She ducked past, through the stink of aftershave and cigarettes, into the open tunnel of the women's room. She heard shouts, a wet pop, the clatter of metal. Then silence. Then, Sharon. The woman stood over two of the men, one groaning, one still. She had a cut across her brow, dark blood slipping down her nose. The third man was gone, but Sharon could hear the van's engine from outside, wailing away into the black. "They come back," the woman said, steady as ever. "You have to move." Sharon looked at the bodies. She looked at the blood, the footprint smears on the linoleum. She looked at the woman, who offered her a steady hand and a lopsided grin. "Where?" Sharon said, not sure if she meant "where will they come back?" or "where should we go?" The woman shrugged. "There is always another rest stop." She wiped her nose on her sleeve, and it came away red. Sharon nodded and limped after her. They left through the back, behind the dumpster, where the black sedan shivered in the cold. Neither of them spoke until they were miles away, the lights of the failed rest area shrinking behind them. "I'm Lena," the woman said finally, as if that explained everything. Sharon closed her eyes. When she opened them, she smiled. "Tell me what happens next," she said, and wordlessly Lena drove on. They kept to the small roads, the ones that peeled away from the highway like nerves splintering from a spine. Lena drove with one hand, the other nursing her stitched eyebrow. She never asked about where Sharon had been going before they met, or why, or who was hunting her. When Sharon broke the silence to ask if Lena was hungry, Lena said, "Yes, but I won't eat in front of you," and left it at that. They'd made it 200 miles before it struck Sharon that she didn't want the trip to end. The country unspooled behind the windshield. Flat, endless. Every acre a flat white lottery ticket waiting to be scratched. Sharon spent hours tracking the cloud shadows, guessing which ones would make it to the horizon before dissolving. Her ankle ached less each day, but she kept the cold packs Lena scavenged planted beneath the skin, as if these were the only things holding her together. The next rest area was grainy and deserted, the kind of place designed for people who'd already made a life's worth of mistakes. They stopped for gas, then for coffee. Lena trained her gaze on the mural above the coffee station. Wide-eyed children holding hands, hovering over the words "rest is best," and told Sharon, "You look like you could use a rest." Sharon tried to laugh but produced a weird snort that hung in the air. It was dusk when Sharon spotted the car that had been following them. She recognized the matte white van's dented fender and gouged side panel from the incident at the last stop. The van idled at the edge of the lot, doors shut, windows black. Sharon felt the burn of panic at the base of her throat, turned to Lena, and said, "It's them." Lena already had the keys in hand, ready to sprint. They bailed on the coffee and circled the building, making for the exit on foot. Sharon's ankle gave way once. Lena caught her by the elbow, and they both stumbled into a globe of sickly yellow light. The van revved, then charged. Lena dragged Sharon into a narrow walkway that ran behind the vending area, and they ducked into a gap between two utility sheds. The space was cramped, gravel biting into Sharon's knees, the smell of diesel thick and guttural. For 3 days Sharon didn't sleep. Her new phone should have made things easier, since she could clutch it like a black aspirin and cycle through Insta until her hand cramped. But somehow that only made her more awake and more aware of her wakefulness. She posted photos of the bathroom tile, of the dust on her old trophies, of the thing in the vent. She got 22 likes on her blurry shot of the vent. Nobody seemed to notice the shape behind the slats, though Sharon had circled it in red. Maybe a joke wasn't a joke if you were the only one laughing. "Mom!" she called, in an energy that was the exact opposite of panic. She wanted to know what her mother would do if pressed up against the raw edge of the day like that. "Mom!" Silence, punctuated by the two-beep warning of a microwave. Sharon liked to imagine that the machine was mocking her. 2 beeps for 0 progress. She patted across the cold tile and found Mom stirring something in a glass bowl. Cakey batter or maybe pancake. The house always smelled like flour now, ever since Dad started working nights and Mom started baking through her insomnia. "Did you see my post?" Sharon flopped into the breakfast nook and let her limbs go starfish. "The vent one? Look at this, there's a face." Mom didn't look up. "That's just the shadow. Angles. See? Here." She drew a flat edge through the batter's goo, making a tidy sand of a line. "Mom, do you believe in ghosts?" It was the 3rd time Sharon had asked this week, but the first time she'd felt the small residual hope that her mother might say yes. "Do I? Are you kidding? What do you think I'm doing right now if not exorcising my feelings?" Mom grinned, but it was the kind that ended before it started. A comma of a mouth. She hadn't slept either. Sharon decided to try her brother. "Brian!" she called, and even as she did, she realized he wouldn't answer. She hadn't seen him since last Tuesday, and he'd only come down then to grab a string cheese and 4 cans of LaCroix, then disappear back to his room. The door was always shut. Sometimes she put her ear against it and pretended she could hear secret conversations happening inside, as though he were a radio tuned to another universe. She pushed off the seat and wandered to the door, knocking a complicated rhythm. On the first day after Dad left, Brian had told her to only knock in prime numbers, otherwise it opened a crack for the odd stuff. Odd stuff was a phrase she'd started using without ever really knowing what he meant. There was a rattle, and then Brian's door creaked open 2 inches. "What?" he said, unscrewing the cap on a giant bottle of green tea. His voice was like TV static. "Can I come in?" He shrugged. "Not up to me. Ask the vent." She smiled, the kind of smile that curled under and lived in her lungs. She followed him inside. Brian's room was so cold it felt like a meat locker. The window was open even though it was early March, and his bed was barely visible beneath 2 down comforters and a heap of oddly shaped pillows. Sharon glanced back at the far wall, instinctively, and saw the vent. It was bigger than the one in her room, more like an old dumbwaiter than an HVAC intake. It had been painted over white, but flecks of black shone through where the paint had chipped away. "Did you see my post?" She tried again. "The vent one? There's something in there." Brian hadn't bothered to sit down. He slurped green tea with the glowering patience of someone determined to get through each moment only so he could move on to the next. "It's a trick of the eye. You know about pareidolia, right?" She did, but the word sounded wrong in Brian's mouth. It tasted clinical, like iron and hospital sheets. He'd said it last year when Sharon brought him a slice of toast and insisted the burnt pattern looked like a screaming face. She thought it actually did look like a screaming face, but he'd shrugged and said, "Brains are pattern factories. They'll make a monster out of a mustard stain if you squint long enough." "There's something in this one," Sharon said simply. "Do you want to see?" Brian set his tea on the desk. "I don't care," he said. "It doesn't matter what's in the vents, Sharon, because it's either alive and you're already breathing its spores, or it's dead and you don't have to worry." "But what if it's neither?" He looked at her for a beat too long. Then it's us." That answer satisfied her in a way nothing else had. She left him to his ice-cold cave and returned to the kitchen, where Mom was now frosting what looked like a bundt cake with a slow, deliberate hand. The house seemed to breathe with her as she moved. The thinnest whine of wind wound through the duct work, or else it was something else. The shape in the vent was still there, dark, amorphous, but now it seemed to be waiting for her to do something. She licked the pad of her thumb, went to the wall, and traced the outline around the vent in a lingering, tight spiral. The air on her skin was freezing. She posted another photo, this time of the bundt cake with smeared icing, and captioned it, "Does anybody else see the teeth?" When she checked back 5 minutes later, it had 27 likes. There was a cake on the table and a face in the vent and 3 living creatures in the house, if you counted Sharon, who wasn't sure she was still technically alive. She tried a crumb of cake. It tasted like dust and something else. Something metallic, sweet, and wrong. As if Mom had lost her sense of what people could eat after months of just making stuff for herself. Sleep, she thought. Maybe that's all it is. Nobody ever gets enough, and then the world goes soft around the edges, like a painting left out in the rain. Sharon wanted to tell her mother about this, but figured Mom wouldn't listen. So she crept up to her room, phone in hand, and posted 87 variations of the vent, each one with a different filter, each one more nightmarish than the last. Somebody'd met her. You see it too? Sharon stared at the screen. The user's name was just numbers and a string of Cyrillic characters, and the profile picture was that of a rabbit with a paw over its face. Sharon took a deep breath, or tried to, but the air in the room had thickened, as if somebody had stuffed the vent with packing peanuts. She wrote, "What do you see?" Response, "Can't say, but it moves when you don't look." She put her phone face down. If the thing in the vent knew she was looking, then that meant it was alive. Or, as Brian said, she was breathing its spores already. The next morning, another chunk of the white paint flaked off the vent. Sharon carefully collected the chips and arranged them in a line on her desk, then realized it looked almost like teeth. She took a photo and posted it. Last night was a toothy one. It got 10 likes, then 11, then 55. 13 days without sleep, things started to change. Sharon's gums itched and her skin peeled in long, satisfying strips. She watched her mother knead dough in the kitchen with a dead, determined face, like the salt statue woman from the Bible. The vent sang to her in high, keening melodies that were sometimes almost words. Brian stopped drinking tea and started drinking Red Bulls, and the window in his room frosted over so she couldn't see in from the backyard anymore. People at school asked Sharon if she was okay. She could barely remember why she used to care about school. Lunch period felt like a bad fever dream. She sat at the table with her friends and listened to them talk about college applications, snap streaks, something that had happened at the pool last summer. The words drained out of their mouths in a steady stream, and she thought about the vent. She posted a live stream from the bathroom during third period. The phone propped on the tank of the toilet, lens pointed at the vent above the shower. Sharon sat on the floor with her knees up. "I'm leaving it on," she intoned to the watching crowd. "So if it moves when I'm not looking, you'll see it." People started to join in, firing off hearts and emojis, all of them urging her to poke at the vent, stick a pencil in, see what's up there. She brought her old soccer trophy, metal and cheap, a relic from third grade, and used it as a makeshift pointer. She jabbed at the vent and, for a moment, thought she heard something skitter. Not like a mouse, not like a bird, something between them, with the purposeful, muscly sound of a raccoon but the hesitation of a trapped bat. The live stream comments went off then. "Don't stop, OMG, you gonna die, what if it grabs you?" She grinned and ran the trophy around the inside rim of the vent, like stirring a pot, and a bead of sweat slid down the back of her ear. Nothing came out, though. There was just the darkness, and then her own hand reflected faintly in her phone screen. That night the dreams went full Technicolor. Sharon was in a room, her room, but not her room, smaller and bluer and full of rippling shadows. The vent was huge, an open mouth drooling teeth, and her mother was in the corner frosting a cake that never finished baking. Brian was there, on the edge of the bed, but his face was turned away from her and he was holding his own head in his hands, wringing it like a wet sponge. At the climax of the dream, the vent opened wide and something crouched out of it, landing with a soft, damp thud. Sharon recognized herself or a melted, dog-chewed version, one with glassy button eyes and tape holding together the parts that had split open. The Sharon thing stepped over Sharon the dreamer with careful, backward steps and went to Mom's cake, crumbling a fist of it into its mouth. Brian looked on, his face marshmallow blank, and then the Sharon thing started to laugh. The sound peeled the paint from the walls. She woke up with both hands in her mouth, gnawing hard on her own pinkies. That was nasty, she thought, and she almost typed it to the weird DM user but stopped herself in time. Instead, she posted another shot of the vent, this time zoomed in to the max where the shadow looked greasy and almost wet. Somebody commented, "You in danger." Another, "You famous now, vent girl." She wondered if that was true, if she was famous now, and if the thing in the vent was only alive because enough people believed it was. On Sunday, 2 more teeth came loose from the vent. Sharon lined them up next to the first, tried to wiggle them together so they fit like puzzle pieces. She was losing time, running on fumes. School became a bright white corridor, classes just a sequence of flickering lights and sounds. She stopped eating lunch. She started wrapping her phone in toilet paper at night, hoping to muffle any signals. It wasn't enough. The vent was always there, a hole at the center of her vision. One day Brian didn't come down for 3 days straight. Sharon tried to DM him, but he didn't answer. She went to his door and knocked a prime number. No answer. She pressed her ear to the door, heard only the faintest whispering, like pages being turned in a wet basement. She left him alone this time. On the 4th day, she woke up to find Mom in the kitchen, writing a message on the fridge in pancake syrup. "Good morning," it said, and below, "Remember, omelets for dinner." The syrup dripped down the white enamel, like blood running from a nosebleed. Sharon closed the fridge. She drank Red Bull for breakfast and went to the den. The vent was bigger this morning, the paint edges sharp as cuticle scissors. She took a picture and, for the first time, saw fingers in the darkness. Long, chopped-off fingers with milky. Sharon's dad said the woods near Imlay were haunted, which was the kind of thing he always said, like, "The coffee here tastes like regret," or, "Your mother's side of the family gets weird when it rains." But for once, Sharon kind of believed him. The trees out there looked manufactured, like they'd been assembled rather than grown, planted in even rows with their branches shaved off and their bark gray as ash, their roots jagged out of the ground like the backs of dead whales. Even their leaves hung stiffly as if they didn't know what wind was. The air in that part of town always seemed too thick, like soup left to cool but forgotten, and the sunsets were jaundiced and sickly, yellow enough to stain the skin. Sharon had a recurring thought. Maybe the DeVries plant, that old chemical factory by the tracks, had done more than just ruin the well water. She had never meant to go back there, not after what happened at the end of 9th grade. It was a rule all her friends understood on a level below language, that you did not fuck with the woods behind DeVries after dark unless you wanted to wind up like the cats that sometimes appeared on the edge of the junior high parking lot, split open and poured out like someone had tried to perform an autopsy with oven mitts. But here she was, standing at the wood's skin with her knees sunburned and her sneakers damp, because Felix had dared her to. "You're not going to actually puss out, right?" Felix had said, his lips purple with cherry Slurpee, his eyebrows 2 black slashes smeared on his forehead. "For once in your life, just do it, Sharon. I'll even come with." She could already hear the others, 200 yards back, fake laughing and yelling the worst things they could imagine at each other. Nate would be glancing at her every 30 seconds for a reaction, his hands crammed so deep into his pockets they'd leave sweat stains on the thighs. Stevie and Tam were probably making out behind the porta-potty. It was the default configuration of their friend group, Sharon and Felix up front, the others trailing like a debris field. She wanted to ask Felix why he cared so much about her not chickening out, but she knew if she did, he'd say something about having to rep for the estrogen side of things, which would make her so mad she'd have to punch him in the solar plexus. She didn't love Felix, but she loved that he was the only one who treated her like an idiot on equal terms. "Let's go," she said, and stepped into the damp shade. Someone had left a cooler at the tree line, half filled with swamp water and coated with a sticky scum. Sharon swerved around it, not wanting to know what seafood smell lurked in its black depths. Felix followed, hopping over a tangle of collapsed chicken wire, his breath whistling in his nose. "Stay close," Sharon said over her shoulder, pretending she was the leader. In reality, she'd memorized the strip of woods before she got her period. Dared by Nate's older brother to play hide and seek where the ground turned sour and the trees ran out. She ducked under a branch, felt it scratch her scalp, and emerged into a brief clearing marked by a circle of scorched grass. She recognized this place, even if she wished she didn't. Felix spat into the weeds. "So, what, we just stand around and, summon Bloody Mary?" There was an old rusted oil drum half sunk in the mud, spray painted with a dick and balls and the words, "Suck it," in lime green. Sharon perched on the edge and stretched her legs, feeling the bones in her knees pop. The clearing stank of sour sap and something chemical and thin, like someone had poured gasoline onto a biology experiment. "You want to find proof, right?" Sharon said. "Something to show the others you didn't fake it. So get your phone out." Felix pulled his cracked Samsung from his cargo shorts and thumbed the screen. The lens was already smeared with something sticky. He snapped a photo of Sharon, the flash making her see purple aftershadows, and then spun in a slow circle, panning the camera over the clearing. Sharon watched the red dot move, then looked past him, toward where the woods deepened and funneled into the narrower path. "Nate says the guy who lived out here used to..." Felix started, then broke off. He squinted at something in the trees. "Is that a shed?" Sharon followed his gaze. There had been no shed before. She remembered the fallen swing set and the creek that trickled out near the tracks, but not the shed, which crouched maybe 20 feet away, set back in a ditch filled with charred bottles and shattery brown glass. At first it looked more like an accident, the way the shadow pooled around the misshapen boards, but after a second you could see the corrugated tin roof, held on by 4 green cinder blocks, and the jag of plastic tarp nailed up over one side. "No," Sharon said, "but it was... shit." Felix grinned at her, his incisor touching the cut on his lip in an insistent little dance. "Dude, it's like the haunted porno shack." He jogged over, crunching the brown grass beneath his feet. Sharon hesitated, breathing through her mouth, then followed. The smell now was so dense with rot it made the gunk in the back of her throat shift, a fat frog of nausea. Up close, the shed looked less like a building than a collection of failed woodshop projects, nailed and taped together in a cage around empty space. There was no lock on the door, just a rope passed through a hole and tied twice. Felix untied it and stood back, flicking his phone on again. "Go on, Sharon. Lead the way." The words spiked up her back like shivers. The others would probably be making their way closer by now, some drunken version of hide and seek. She didn't want to go into the shed, but she wanted less to have Felix tell everyone she chickened out. Sharon grabbed the tarp, wound it around her hand, and yanked the door wide. A black wave of flies spat out, popping in front of her face. She swatted at them and stepped in. The inside was almost entirely dark, but after a second her eyes adjusted. There were band posters stapled up, most shredded. A plastic milk crate in the corner, filled with crushed cans and an empty jar of pickles. Someone had nailed a string of Christmas lights to the wall, but only 2 bulbs worked, and they burned the same deep orange as sunrise when you were too tired to sleep. And there was a mattress, or what had once been a mattress, curled in the center of the floor like a molted skin. It was sagging and faintly moist, and something about the way it dented in the middle made Sharon's arms and legs fill up with brittle static. There were 2 shapes on it, long and low, wrapped in black trash bags and knotted tight at one end, like someone had tried to make sausage links out of garbage. She almost called for Felix, but then she heard him behind her, giggling. "Oh shit," he said, pushing in. He pointed his phone at the mattress and the camera light sliced along the shapes. Sharon crouched and hovered her hand over one, then looked at Felix for approval, for the charge of the dare. He just grinned, filming her. Sharon poked the trash bag. He gave a little. She poked harder, then pinched the plastic and pulled. It took too much force to rip, but when it did, an ooze welled up. Not blood, not exactly, but a pale pink slime, like undercooked bacon. It stank of urine and burnt hair. Sharon saw a clump of matted fur and some dark, shrunken sockets. The inside of the bag was packed, tight as a meatloaf with stray animal bodies. Felix made a guttural ew sound but kept filming. "That's like 30 cats," he said in awe. Sharon didn't say anything. She felt her stomach clamp down hard, curling up on itself like a roll of sod. She sniffed again and realized that beneath the rot and chemical fug, there was a sharp, persistent tang, something medicine-y, almost sweet. Felix stepped around the mattress, aiming his phone at the walls, laughing and narrating. "Here in the haunted porno shack we see—" He paused, camera going still. Sharon looked up and followed his stare. On the far wall, scrawled over the band posters and the flaking plywood, were hundreds of shapes, all in black marker. At first they looked random, but after a moment Sharon saw the logic. A grid of tiny human stick figures drawn in quick, angry lines, each one with a head too big for its body, filled in solid. Beneath each head was a set of initials, most repeated: SO under dozens, FF, CW, NJ, RW. Further down she spotted a row marked SKS. She didn't see her own, but the letters made her skin squeal. "They look like—" Felix started. "Like us." He said it as a joke but didn't finish the laugh. Sharon forced herself to say, "That's what all the Woods kids used to do. They kept score. Didn't your brother ever tell you about fingerprint wars?" She tried for casual, but her voice grated up high, helium light. "That's not a thing," Felix said, but he sounded small. Something shuffled outside, the dry snap of a branch. Sharon reached back, instinctively, but the tarp flap had drifted closed and the darkness bloomed around them, thick and weird. Felix's phone light seemed to shrink, the cone of vision narrowing until it only illuminated the mattress and the shapes on the wall. Sharon stood up, knees locked, and tried to peer through the gap. She thought she saw a shadow move, then realized it was just the bright oval of the phone camera reflected in the plastic. Felix was standing right next to her, but he felt very far away. The phone blinked. For a second the light flickered out, and in that instant, the smell of medicine went from background to foreground, as if someone had poured a jug of it over her head. The light stuttered back on, and Felix spun, his breath wet and loud. "I think my camera's bugging?" He slapped the phone against his palm. The screen glitched, then fell to black again. Sharon froze, holding her breath. The only sound was the sticky rip of 100 tiny flies, pinging around the ceiling. Then another step closer outside the door. Sharon could taste her own sweat, metallic and sour. Felix breathed in, hissed a warning, "Shoo!" The tarp shifted, just a little, not enough to let in light, but enough that a glint came through, a sliver like a knife. Sharon grabbed Felix's wrist. He jerked toward her, hard, and she thought he was going to shake her off, but instead he squeezed, fingers socketing into the bones of her hand. There was another sound, something smooth and flat against the outside of the shed, like a hand, palm. Sharon pulled in her shoulders, and, because it was all she could do, she hissed out, "Who's there?" The voice came from 1,000 miles away. It was a whisper, full of spit and rattle, but it did not sound like a boy, or a grown-up, or anything really human. "Wanna play?" Then the hand punched through the tarp. Not a hand exactly, but a bundle of sticks lashed together with duct tape, the joints all wrong, the fingers extra long and pointed. It snapped open and shut in the air, catching Sharon's hair and pulling hard. She screamed and fell backward, dragging Felix with her. She landed on the mattress, It squelched and upwelled with the stink, and Sharon slid back, heels digging in, trying to get upright. The stick hand tore through the gap, slashing at the air. Felix scrabbled for the other side of the shed, arms flailing. Sharon fixed on the initials on the wall. All the SOs, the FFs, the N.J. S. Certainly not her first. She was basically an old hand at sleep paralysis, night walking, recurring dream architecture. The hallway with the concrete floor and chrome lockers, check. Here it was again, and the smell of bleach, so real her tongue stung. Some nights she loved being able to think inside the dream. Other nights she would have paid good money for a little less self-awareness. She always started in the same place, standing in the middle of the school corridor, dead center between the drinking fountain and the door to Mr. D's office, staring down at a mirror tile glazed into the floor. Most times, she caught her reflection. Oversized hoodie, tangled hair, chipped nail polish, a bruise blooming along one shin. Her own haunted eyes, enormous in her skull. She could almost hear her mother warning her not to make faces or stay up too late, that sometimes if you go looking for something spooky, it'll find you instead. Tonight, Sharon cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Hello!" The echo coiled around her, alive and buttery and smug. A fluorescent bulb stuttered overhead. She gasped, not because she was afraid, but because she was not. Whatever stalked her here had never made formal introductions, but Sharon always kind of wanted to see its face. At the end of the corridor, a shape flickered into being. Not exactly solid, not mist. An afterimage with sneakers and a backpack, lit from within by some sickly blue. She waited a beat, then jogged toward it, soft footfalls slapping. Something sharp caught her heel and she stumbled, recovering with the awkward grace she'd perfected in gym class. The shape didn't flinch or turn. When Sharon was close enough to touch, she reached out. Her hand passed through the shoulder. Cold wind, the texture of disappointment. "Wait," she said. Her own voice sounded muffled. Can you tell me your name?" Sharon blinked awake in her room, face mashed against a plastic folder, and for a second she couldn't move her arms. She'd fallen asleep on top of her homework again, essay drool glued to her cheek. She peeled herself up, squinting at the blocky digital clock. 3:19 a.m. A faint thud made her jump. She waited for the next sound, but the house was silent, muffled by the concrete walls and the humid Midwestern dark. No sign of her parents. Mom probably crashed on the sofa downstairs, Dad always snoring in the guest room. Sharon let out a breath she didn't know she'd been holding and shut her eyes. 5 hours and she was supposed to be up for swim practice. The dream was irregular lately. Day or night didn't matter. Sometimes she saw the shape standing at the edge of the pool, or behind the statues in the sculpture garden, or looking through the window in the copy room. Sharon never talked about it, not even to Tara or Marcus or Grayson, and never to that weirdo Mr. D, not after last time. Nobody liked feeling haunted. It was strictly extracurricular. She padded to the bathroom, braced herself against the cold tile, and stared into the mirror. Sharon's reflection blinked back. Hair in a snarl, skin sallow under the shitty light, eyes still too wide. She looked every minute of sleeplessness, plus the extra credit. Sometimes she caught a glimpse of that blue glow, a phantom humming along the edge of vision. She stuck out her tongue at herself for courage. Sharon turned on the faucet and splashed water across her face. The blood vessel on her right eyelid throbbed. If she concentrated, she could almost believe she was back in the hallway, mirror tiles stretching away from her like a funhouse. She shivered, then pressed a towel to her cheeks with both hands. For a second, something cold and wet pressed back against her palm. Just a trick of the nerves, some memory of the dream. Sharon shook out her hands, dried them, and headed downstairs, too awake to bother with sleep. In the kitchen, she poured a glass of strawberry milk. Through the sliding door, night pressed itself against the backyard, dense and private. She drank the milk in gulps, staring at her neighbors' dark houses. Once, she'd read a thing online about how everyone in the world dreams every night, and sometimes you could meet other people inside the dream. You just had to know how to find them. Sharon wondered what would happen if she finally met the Blue Glow Kid for real, face to face. Maybe nothing, maybe everything. Sharon padded back to her room, curled onto her bed, and let the shadows curl with her. The shape was out there. She could feel it, sticky and sad and wanting something she couldn't name. Maybe that was all dreams were. One endless locker-lined hallway, everyone waiting to be noticed. On the ceiling, a traffic light glow from her phone pulsed, counting seconds until morning. Sharon set her alarm for 6:30, closed her eyes and whispered, "See you soon," to the thing inside her mind. She didn't dream again that night, but as she drifted towards sleep, a chill crept along the sheets, holding her tight. Tuesday morning at Roosevelt High smelled like overripe bananas, cafeteria bleach, and the faint ozone stink of the computer lab. Sharon's locker stuck, as usual, so she jimmied it open with a practiced yank. Her phone buzzed just as the metal gave way, and she snatched it up, thumb skimming the cracked screen. "Tara, you up? Tara, help me. Tara, I think I forgot pants." She grinned, firing off a laughing crying emoji. When Tara rounded the corner, she was, in fact, pantsless, at least as far as Sharon could see above her backpack. For one deranged heartbeat, Sharon thought Tara's legs had been replaced by something else, something boneless and bubblegum pink. But then Tara pirouetted, flashed the Hello Kitty print shorts underneath her skirt, and cackled. "You're an idiot," Sharon said, but let Tara loop an arm through hers. Together, they merged with the hallway current, swept toward first period. In homeroom, Grayson and Marcus had colonized the back row, both buried in their phones. Sharon thunked herself down beside them. "Tell me you finished the chem packet." Grayson didn't look up. "I finished exactly nothing, ever. Living in the moment, babe." "Existential," Sharon said. "Hey, is Mr. D sick?" Marcus shrugged without glancing up. "Maybe he died. Last night was the full moon." Grayson snorted but then turned to Sharon, voice dropping. "You look like death. Did you get any sleep?" "Like an hour," she said. "Dreams. The usual." Grayson nodded, a shadow behind his eyes. He didn't ask for details. That was why she liked him. Mr. D arrived in a cloud of coffee breath and nervous sweat, tie already loosened. He started the roll call in his usual glazed monotone. Sharon gazed at the clock, second hand dragging like it was underwater, until she noticed Mr. D staring right back at her. His eyes were glassy, but Sharon felt a shiver anyway. Mr. D always seemed about 5 degrees removed from normal, but today something was off. "Ms. Verdes," he said, "are you with us?" She almost said, "No, I'm in the hallway," but just mumbled, "Sorry." The word echoed inside her, all warm and syrupy and strange. She pressed her tongue to the roof of her mouth, focused on the prickle at the nape of her neck. Something was happening here or about to. After homeroom, Tara dragged her to the girls' bathroom, a ritualized check-in. Sharon pulled her hoodie tight around her body, trying to ignore how the fluorescent light sizzled, how every stall door gaped wide like a broken jaw. "So," Tara said, "want to tell me what's making you look so haunted? Or should I guess? Is it?" She made jazz hands. "Dead grandma again?" "Not grandma, just a kid," Sharon said. Tara frowned, not joking now. "Kid? Like what, a ghost?" "I mean, not a literal kid. Just, well, maybe. I keep seeing them in dreams." Sharon tried for a casual laugh. "Probably just my subconscious telling me I'm failing at being a normal person." Tara dropped her hand to Sharon's shoulder, squeezed sideways. For a moment, Sharon wished she could siphon some of Tara's energy, sunlight in human form. "You're not failing, just weird, which is different," Tara said. "You want to sneak a smoke after lunch?" "Hell yes," Sharon said. Meet at the benches? 10 minutes before the bell, Sharon slipped into the computer lab, the one corner of school that still felt like home. She'd been retreating here for months, ever since things went off the rails at home. The rows of dusty monitors, the clicky keyboards, the static hum of 1,000 silent fans. It felt safe, familiar. She slumped into her usual chair, eyes drifting to the ceiling. She wondered what the hallway would look like if she could see it from above. Maybe it would spell something or make a maze. The computer flickered on, piercing blue against her vision. As she logged in, she caught something odd on the desktop. A new folder, labeled Look. She clicked it. The folder was empty, but when she closed it, all the icons blinked and rearranged themselves, spelling out the letters H-I. She laughed, a little too loud. Was it a prank? Sharon leaned in, fingers drumming the keyboard, but nothing else happened. She deleted the folder, shut down, and tried to shake the weirdness off her skin. On her way to lunch, Sharon spotted Mr. D standing in the stairwell, hands stuffed in pockets, head tipped back like he was counting the ceiling tiles. She tried to slip past, but he called her name. Ms. Verdes, can I talk to you? Sharon hesitated. Sure. He waited until the hallway was empty before speaking, voice low. Have you ever experienced something you can't explain? In a dream or otherwise? Sharon felt her throat tighten. She shrugged, trying to look bored. Maybe. Why? Mr. D's hands trembled. I think I'm being followed, he said, almost in a whisper. But it's not a person. It's like an idea that won't leave me alone. Sharon thought of the blue glow kid, the pressing cold of the dream. For one wild moment, she wondered if she herself was haunting the teacher. Maybe you just need more sleep, she said, half-smile. Mr. D nodded, but his eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder, his face ashen. Sharon hurried away, a weight settling in her bones. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Classes, bells, Tara's relentless attempts at gossip. By last period, Sharon felt hollowed out, like the locker hallway in her dream. All echo and absence. At home, her mother was already gone, double shift at the night clinic. Dad was in the backyard, yelling at the mower. Sharon climbed the stairs, swallowing the urge to scream, and stretched out on her bed. She closed her eyes and tried to recall every detail of the dream corridor. If she walked it long enough, followed the shape far enough, maybe she'd finally find out where it wanted her to go. She drifted off without realizing. When she opened her eyes, she was back in the hallway. The floor gleamed, the lockers were joined by endless mirrors, all reflecting her own image. Dozens of Sharons, at once identical and a little bit off. One wore a pink ribbon in her hair, another held a bouquet of wilted roses. A third Sharon blinked rapidly, mouthing words she couldn't hear. At the end of the corridor, the blue glow shape waited. It was more distinct this time, almost solid. A face, round and blank as a balloon, turned toward her. Sharon took a step forward, then another, stumbling in her own urgency. And just as she reached out to touch the figure, it opened its mouth and spoke. You left me here. Sharon woke with a scream. She lay tangled in her sheets, sweat-soaked and shivering. Sharon woke up. Her face stuck to the couch cushion with drool and an embarrassing crinkle of skin. She peeled herself upright, stared at the empty bottles and cans lining the surface of her cheap TV stand, each one a recent fossil. The digital clock on the wall, what idiot designed a digital wall clock to tick so loudly, like an announcement of time wasted, said 11:42. She grabbed her phone one-handed, nearly fumbled it, then squinted through the greasy smudge of her own thumbprint to read the notifications. Nothing, not even a meme in the group chat. This was Monday, which meant too many people were pretending to be productive in open-plan offices, ignoring her like she was a tax form. Her teeth tasted rancid. Sharon scraped her tongue against them and considered brushing, then decided against it. She'd survive the day. She always did. In the bathroom, she avoided her own reflection, opting to run her hands under the tap until the water was hot enough to sting. She liked the way her veins stood out against the back of her hands, the way the warmth made her skin flush, like she was alive or something. She dried off on a towel that smelled faintly of mildew and made a mental note to do laundry, which she would surely forget. Her apartment was a mess. She liked it that way. Order was for boring people. The floor around her bed was a minefield of clothes, books, half-eaten ramen cups. The walls were paper-thin and alive with the muffled sounds of her neighbors. A middle-aged couple who yelled, a single mother whose baby stalked the night with banshee screams, a guy who was probably growing weed, if the constant hum from his unit was an indicator. Sharon's stomach announced hunger with a series of whale-like noises. She padded barefoot to the kitchenette, tripping over a crooked rug. The fridge offered only slim pickings: ketchup, a single slice of cold pizza, and a mysterious container of grayish Tupperware. She picked the pizza, sniffed it, smelled only cheese and garlic, the good kind of mold. She ate it over the sink, staring at a tiny, persistent water stain on the ceiling. One day that stain would mutate into a full-blown leak and ruin everything. That'd be funny. Her phone buzzed with life, making her jump and almost choke. Her. You are still alive, bitch. The profile pic was all cleavage and tongue, because that's how Nina rolled. Me. Barely need caffeine. Her. On my way. You still at UR murder hole. Me. Where else? She took a second to look down at herself. Black tank top, SpongeBob boxers, mismatched socks. Nina had seen worse. The hour between the text and Nina's arrival was spent aimlessly. Sharon watched a mashup of true crime and makeup tutorials, barely paying attention to either, just letting the background noise pour over her like a warm blanket. She liked it when people on YouTube tried to sound casual, as if they were talking directly to her, like she mattered. A sharp knock at the door 3 times and then another like code. Let yourself in, Sharon shouted, her mouth full of air. Nina entered with all the subtlety of a marching band. She wore a denim jacket covered in pins and a plaid skirt over ripped tights, Doc Martens trailing muddy specks. Her hair was the color of cough syrup, and her eyeliner seemed weaponized. She held up 2 large iced coffees like trophies. You look like shit, Nina said, surveying Sharon with an approving smirk. That's the goal, Sharon replied, taking a coffee and inhaling half of it in one slurp. Nina dropped her massive knockoff Balenciaga on the floor and flopped onto the couch, sending up a mushroom cloud of Cheeto dust. You still working that freelance gig? Yeah. If you count texting my boss memes at 3 a.m. as working. Nina's laugh was a chainsaw startup. What's the latest case? More haunted dolls. Sharon shrugged. Rich dude thinks his wine fridge is possessed. I said I'd take a look for an extra 50. You're gonna end up on a Dateline episode. You know that? God, I hope so. My obituary's gonna slap. The iced coffee sent a chill into her guts and woke her up enough to pull a cigarette from the crumpled pack on the end table. She put the cigarette to her lips and then remembered Nina's no-smoking rule. She put it back, feeling judged but also like whatever. Nina sprawled, her legs taking up more than half the couch. You coming to the party tonight or what? Lizzie's birthday. She says she wants to remember none of it. Maybe, Sharon said, picking at a spot on her knee. I got a thing I have to check out. A thing? Nina grinned. Is thing code for the guy from OkCupid? Sharon rolled her eyes. He ghosted. That's not what I meant. Whatever. Just show up, yeah? Don't flake like last time. I'll save you a bathroom-line selfie slot. Nina finished her coffee, crumpled the cup, and shimmied off the couch. Sharon watched her friend's energy ripple out and fill her apartment with a charge. The door slammed, and Sharon was alone again, caffeine and cigarette craving at war inside her. Outside, the city sounded like it always did. Tires sweeping, horns blaring, sirens in the distance. Sharon squinted through the slats of the blinds, watching a crow pick at a discarded burrito in the gutter. She envied its focus. She envied anything that knew what it wanted. She checked her calendar to confirm if she had anything resembling a client meeting. She did. 5:30 p.m., Upper Haight, and she'd have to take the bus since her bike was still locked up behind the bodega where she'd abandoned it last week after too many tequila shots. She scrubbed her face with the back of her hand and stood up. She chose a dress that didn't look like it should be worn by someone on suicide watch, then layered on the world's ugliest cardigan for warmth and maximum irony. Her eyeliner was never symmetrical, but today it looked extra off, which felt on brand. She stuffed her dead laptop, notepad, and 3 backup vape pens into a canvas tote and headed out, locking the door behind her with that weird pressing sense that she might not come back. The city air was sour with exhaust and the chill of late winter. Sharon liked the feeling of being layered up, like she had a secret shield. The trees lining the sidewalk looked menacing, their leafless arms clawing at gray sky. She kept her head down, earbuds in, the soundtrack set to bands with lyrics about dying young and not giving a shit. Getting to Upper Haight took the 43, which was already packed with kids in goth gear, a couple of old women in visors, and one guy in a plastic poncho who stood the whole way, muttering at every bump in the road. Sharon melted into her seat, ignoring the stares of the guy across the aisle who looked like he had just discovered armpits. She got off 2 stops early, just to walk through the stretch of record stores and dive bars that felt the most like her. The ghost of incense drifted out of a head shop and it made her smile. Remembering that time in sophomore year she tried to smoke a clove cigarette and nearly coughed up a lung. The address she was given was above a shuttered psychic, the kind with purple neon signage and a faded sandwich board with palm readings 2 for 1. Sharon found the buzzer, pressed it, and waited. She could hear soft footfalls on the other side, then a sudden mechanical buzz as the lock disengaged. The stairwell was dim and it smelled of old newspaper and cat piss. She took the stairs 2 at a time until she reached the door with a taped-up sign, "Don't knock, text first." She texted the number she'd been given, and the door opened before the message even sent. A man stood there. He was tall and so thin he seemed built out of coat hangers. His eyes were startlingly blue, like bottle glass. "You're early," he said. His voice was raspier than she expected. "Traffic was non-existent," Sharon lied. She stuck her hands in her pockets and tried not to look at the angry red boils on his neck. He led her into a living room that was bare except for an antique wine fridge, plugged in by a tangle of extension cords, and 2 folding chairs with mismatched cushions. The fridge itself was a monstrosity. Black lacquer, gold trim, stained glass door featuring a vineyard scene that looked like it was drawn by a depressed child. "This is it?" Sharon asked. "Most haunted wine fridges are like French." The man didn't smile. "You'll know what I'm talking about in a second." He opened the door of the fridge. The compressor kicked in and a low, animal moan vibrated from the motor. Sharon peered in. Nothing but rows of cheap white, except for 1 bottle of scotch that looked older than her grandfather. The blue-eyed guy leaned in close. "It turns on at night, by itself, and it calls my name. Ever try unplugging it?" He shook his head. "It won't let me." Sharon laughed, then realized he wasn't joking. She reached for the plug and pulled. Nothing happened, the cord just slid free. The compressor whined down to silence. Sharon looked at the man. "See? You need to lay off the..." Suddenly, music swelled from the wine fridge. Not a whine this time, but something like an off-tune chorus. Notes stacked on top of each other in a way that made her scalp shiver. Sharon stepped back. The man's jaw clenched. "You hear it now, don't you?" The sound rose by octaves. Then a bottle on the top shelf slid forward and shattered on the tile, sending shards across the floor and hosing Sharon's boots in Chardonnay. The fridge, unplugged, was singing. Sharon wanted to leave. She should have left, but she felt pinned there, like someone was gripping her shoulders. "It's always the same song," the man whispered. "What song is that?" "The one that played at my brother's funeral." The sound built and built, and beneath it she could swear she heard words. A slurred, burbling underwater dirge that promised sleep and peace and other things. Sharon grabbed her phone and hit record. She'd sell this clip to the highest bidder. Maybe she'd even make the local news, with her face pixelated for anonymity. The man started to cry, not soft, respectful tears, but violent jerks, as if crying was an affliction that took him over entirely. He collapsed onto one of the folding chairs and sobbed into his hands. Sharon unplugged the other extension cords just to be sure. The music faded, but not completely. There was still a faint hum, a whisper of melody seeping through the glass. Tasted like copper and reminded her of blood. "You want me to take it away?" she said. He just nodded, shoulders shaking. Sharon returned at midnight with a stolen hand trolley and wheeled the fridge out the back. She didn't care who saw her. In fact, she hoped someone would. She wanted to be memorable. She wanted to be myth. Dragging the fridge through the alley, she felt like she was delivering a bomb. Every so often it would hum, or vibrate, or let out a metallic sigh. She forced it into the back of her building, where discarded mattresses went to die. She sat on the curb and smoked her hoarded cigarette, feeling the day's energy throb in her fingers. She waited for something, anything, to happen. When it didn't, she stomped out the butt and went upstairs, feeling both victorious and hollow. By 3 in the morning, she was wide awake, scrolling through junk on her phone. The wine fridge's hum began to creep up through the floorboards, subtle at first, then filling her entire apartment. She lay in bed, eyes open to the black, and let the sound vibrate her bones until she felt herself dissolving. She almost liked it, the way the noise swallowed her whole. She realized, as she drifted into sleep, that she'd failed to replace the fridges. There was a comfort in the staleness of apartment hallways. The sticky beige walls made Sharon think of peeling Band-Aid strips, pointless and ugly and impossible to ignore. The carpet smelled like wet dog and shoe rubber and the kind of chemicals you only notice when you're sleep-deprived. Even when she'd been away, 2 years at university, 1 semester in Portugal, so many months couch surfing with men whose names ran together like a slurry, she found herself dreaming about this precise cloying stench. Now she was back, sitting on the cheap linoleum of her mother's kitchen floor, feet flat, knees up, elbows glued to her thighs. The hum of the fridge filled the silence that fell between her and her mother, who was still wearing work scrubs and a badge that said emergency technician and, underneath that, Pamela, in blue letters that nobody noticed. It was the first night since Sharon's return, and already she wanted to sink through the linoleum, to leak down through the cigarette burns and graffitied subfloor and whatever resided beneath that. Pamela smoked thin cigarettes out the window, exhaling with the dignity of a movie star from the 1960s. She didn't ask questions, not really. She told stories, dropped hints. As Sharon ate the egg and mayo sandwich that her mother insisted on, she tuned out the questions, answering only with shrugs and those little half-laughs that suggested she'd heard it all before. Maybe she had. She finished the sandwich and reached for another. Even the starchy taste made her want to retch, but it was something to do. Her body felt hollowed, her brain humming, circuits raw and overcharged. Her mother's voice was a distant high tide, every now and then lapping against the shore of Sharon's attention. And by the time we got him to the ER, they taped a urinal bag to his leg, and he screamed like a stuck pig whenever you tried to touch him. But that's par for the course. Sharon blinked and realized she'd missed at least 2 paragraphs of her mother's monologue. "Sorry," she mumbled. "What?" Pamela stubbed out her cigarette on a jelly jar lid. She looked tired in a way that made her jaw hang only when she thought nobody would notice. "Never mind. You're tired. You want to crash? I put fresh sheets on your bed." Sharon didn't want to sleep. Not really. But she wanted out of the kitchen, away from the echo of her mother's voice. She stacked the plates, left them by the sink, and shuffled down the hallway, her socks dragging. She paused outside her bedroom and glanced at the door, which swung open just slightly when she touched it. Inside, the room looked unchanged from when she left. The twin bed with the garish blue checkered comforter, the band posters curling at the edges, a single mummified houseplant still perched by the window in a yellowing solo cup. On the nightstand sat her old phone. Pink case, black spiderweb cracks radiating from the home button. She closed the door and sat on the bed. For a while she just stared at the wall, at the place where someone, probably Sharon herself years back, had carved "fuck off" into the drywall with a safety pin. She followed the notches with her fingernail, chipping paint under her thumbnail. Eventually, she lay back, shoes on, and closed her eyes. Sleep didn't come, but something like memory did. A tangle of images, the staccato flash of a red-lensed camera, a stick-and-poke tattoo blurred from too much skin picking, the memory of a hand, not quite human, not quite not, reaching for her through a haze of sour breath and sweat and something metallic. She opened her eyes. The digital clock read 1:24, the colon blinking with idiot persistence. Outside, a car backfired, and she heard the neighbor's kid. Tyler, maybe? Swear at someone about the fucking PlayStation. Beneath that, a sound that didn't quite fit, a damp squelch like a sponge being wrung out, came from behind her dresser. She waited, every muscle rigid, and swallowed the urge to call out. There was a second squelch, then silence. She stared at the wall, at the chipped paint, at the words "fuck off" spelled in pockmarks. "Go away," she said, voice hoarse. It's a trick of the mind, she told herself. The first night back is always the worst. The shapes in the dark are just that, shapes, the sounds are echoes. Her roommate from Portugal used to talk about liminal spaces, about how the body knew when something was off-kilter, the geometry just slightly skewed. Sharon remembered that conversation, remembered laughing at it. Now she just lay on the bed, staring at the wall, feeling the faintest vibration, the sense that something was waiting for her to drift. The next morning, the kitchen was empty. 2 eggs boiled on the stove, yolks splitting into a yellow bloom in the bubbling water. The fridge hummed. Sharon poured herself a coffee and added sugar until the spoon stood up straight. She was careful not to look at the window too long, careful to keep her eyes away from the shadowy corners of the living room where the old bookcase slumped under the weight of 1,000 paperbacks. The apartment felt shrunken, as if the walls had pressed closer during the night. Pamela's car was gone. Sharon found a note on the counter, written in looping blue ink. Working a double. Left cash for groceries. Don't forget to call school. Her mother always left cash, as if Sharon would starve to death between paychecks. She checked the wad, counted the bills, slipped one into her pocket just to feel it there. Her phone buzzed. 3 missed calls, one from a number she didn't recognize. The voicemail was just static, a brief susurrus, then silence. She deleted it. She didn't check the other messages. Outside, June heat rose off the parking lot in wavering lines. The grocery store was half a mile down the road, past a used car lot where all the flags had faded to the color of old chewing gum. Sharon wore her hair in a loose, greasy bun and dressed in the first t-shirt she found, which had a hole in the armpit and some cryptic slogan she'd long since stopped caring about. The act of being outdoors felt foreign, like she was observing herself from a long distance. She walked the aisles in the grocery store and bought a loaf of bread, a jar of pickles, a box of cereal with a cartoon bear smiling like a serial killer. When she got back, the apartment was noticeably cooler. The windows were frosted with condensation, as if someone had been holding an ice cube to the glass. Sharon found her mother's second pack of cigarettes crumpled on the coffee table, and on an impulse, lit one and smoked it out the window. The inhale made her cough, but it was something to do with her hands, and she liked the way the ash glowed in the dimness. She turned on the TV, flicked through static and infomercials, until she found a local news channel. There was a story about a missing girl, age 17, last seen at the Smart Mart on 9th and Pine. The anchor's face was so stern that Sharon half expected a jump scare. Some masked killer yanking the body into the shadows behind the news desk. She muted it, stared at the girl's face on screen. There was something about the eyes, some familiarity she couldn't place. The rest of the day passed in a kind of viscous drift. She ate dry cereal from the box, watched half a season of Law and Order, left the crusty bowl in the sink. The sense of waiting grew, a helium balloon swelling in her chest. At dusk, she went back to her room and sat on the floor, tracking the sun's slow withdrawal across the peeling baseboards. The sound came again that night, earlier than before. The lazy drag of something soft and resistant against plaster, a shuffling undercurrent that made the hair along her arms prickle. She curled up on the bed, knees drawn to her chest, and told herself she would not move, not until the morning. Sleep did not come. When the clock read 3:07, and her throat ached from hunger and something like anticipation, she stood and pressed her ear to the dresser. At first, there was nothing, just the buzz of cheap electronics. Then, ever so slightly, a murmur, a wet breath, as if the wall itself was separating to make room for something else. She backed away, sat on the bed, and tore at the jagged edge of the comforter until a thread worked loose. She twisted it around her finger until it turned purple, until the pain was bright enough to keep her tethered to the now. The morning was silent. Pamela's bag was on the kitchen table. Sharon poured a glass of juice and watched the pulpy bits drift to the bottom. She watched the news again. The missing girl was now missing for 2 days. A friend claimed she'd been seen at a party on West Morton, but nobody could say for sure. The anchor's tie had changed. The girl's photo remained the same. Sharon considered calling her mother, but her finger hovered over the home button and didn't press. She didn't have any words that weren't already burned up. The day stretched out. She wrote her name on a legal pad, over and over again, each time smaller until the lines collapsed to dots. She counted the holes in the ceiling tile, 12, split ends in her hair, uncountable. The windows in the building across the lot, 56, if she included the doors. Sometime in the late afternoon, the air in the apartment turned again. The now familiar chill, the condensation, a faint mineral scent she couldn't name. That night, the sound came with urgency. Sharon listened, heart slamming, as the thing behind the wall scrapped and splintered. There was a whisper, a word, maybe her name. She sat with her knees pressed to her chest and her back to the door, telling herself she would not look. In the morning, she found 2 scratches on her forearm, just above the wrist, seeping clear liquid. She stared at them for a long time, then traced the lines with her thumb. The room felt crowded, suffocating, as if she was being watched from all angles. The phone blinked with another missed call, another voicemail. This time, there was a voice, faint and garbled. "You're not there. You're not there. You're not." She pressed delete. She watched the green notification light fade. Days blurred. The sound behind the wall grew louder. Some nights Sharon woke to the sense of being touched, almost gently, along her cheek and jaw. She didn't scream, wouldn't give it the satisfaction. Instead, she smoked in the window, burned her tongue on coffee, watched the news. The girl's name was Amanda, and now the police were searching the creek behind the Smart Mart. One night, the sound changed. Instead of squelching, it was a rhythmic thump, a hammering as if someone was punching the other side of the drywall. Sharon lay flat on the floor, breath shallow, and pressed her palm to the cold baseboard. There was something under her fingers, a pattern, a set of grooves, an indentation she'd never noticed. She ran a thumb along the line, felt it catch and release. She went to the kitchen, grabbed a butter knife, and pried at the baseboard until it popped free. Behind it, darkness. She peered in, saw only more darkness, the edge of a shadow where wall met floor. She didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, her mother came home early. Pamela's energy was a rolling thunder now, her voice a drill sergeant beat as she described her shift. Some woman with her face cut open, a toddler blue from choking, the endless parade of need. Sharon nodded at all the right moments, didn't mention the baseboard, the scratches, the voice on the phone. She cleaned her plate, even the crusts. Pamela poured 2 glasses of wine, set one in front of Sharon. "You okay?" she asked finally. Sharon shrugged. "Fine, I guess." Pamela looked at her, really looked, for the first time in days. "You need to get out and she said with a firm tone. Sharon barreled past the cellar door, wrenching it open with the heel of her hand and sucking in cold air laced with dust and the numbing odor of gasoline. Her lungs burned, not from exertion, but from the sour metallic taste clawing up her throat. She could hear the flutter and slap of water against the house foundation, the flood outside battering its way in. Upstairs, silence, but she felt the pressure of weight overhead, like a held breath, thick with the threat that at any moment someone would let it out. She flicked her flashlight into the corner and saw immediately the shape she dreaded. The old dehumidifier, lopsided and useless, wires cherry bright against concrete. On its top, a pile of newspapers, the kind her mother saved for posterity, which really meant for no reason at all. She skidded across the basement with the wild energy of someone who hasn't yet learned that moving fast doesn't always mean moving forward, and snatched a paper from the top. Headline about the missing girl 2 months ago, heavy black ink and a photo so washed out even her smile was gray. The steps creaked above her. Not the steady rhythm of someone coming down, but a misstep, a shifting, like a body repositioning itself in a dark room. Sharon flicked the light off, swallowed. Did she breathe too loud? She pressed the wet paper to her chest, newspaper ink dotting her skin. The thing about living in a house with floors that bowed in the middle and pipes so old they coated the tap water in rust was, you heard everything. A cough from the radiators, the dry rasp of siding under wind. But this was not house noise. This was the careful, conscious slide of weight, something moving against the grain. Sharon pressed herself to the wall and angled her body toward the only window in the basement, a double-paned rectangle no wider than her hips, positioned just above the dirt line. If she could wriggle the frame out, fingers cold and dumb from fear, she scraped at the latches. The noise above quit. Silence, sudden and total, pooled in her ears. Beneath it, she thought she heard breathing, or was that just her own blood slamming in her eardrums? Window latch stuck. She dug with her thumbnail, skin tearing away from the quick. If she could get it open, she could launch herself into the mud behind the house, run the length of the alley, if only crack. The latch gave and the window shuddered open, 2 inches, then more, rain spattering her face immediately, water cold enough to sting. The steps again, this time measured, deliberate, coming down. The handrail squealed. Her father never oiled it, said the rust would keep it authentic, and the scrape of a foot planted on concrete. Sharon squeezed herself through the window. Her t-shirt caught on a shard of frame and she yanked until it tore up the seam, skin nearly splitting with it. Out onto her stomach, the world reduced to the squelch of mud, bare thorns, and a smell like worms and copper. She clawed forward, elbows deep in black earth. A face pressed against the window, inches from her feet. She didn't dare look, but the electricity of being watched crawled up her back and set her scalp prickling. She rolled, flopped onto her side, and then she was up, running. Each stride sent shards of pain through her shins, thin pajama pants dragging with filth. The alley wasn't an alley so much as a channel of runoff, gouged out by decades of neglect and the occasional city snowplow. The neighbors' lights were off, save for Mrs. Greer's porch, which leaked green LED glow into the sheeted rain. Sharon slammed her fist on Mrs. Greer's back door. 123, the desperate SOS that would, she hoped, sound like an emergency and not just some kid who forgot her key again. Inside, a click, and the old lady's silvered eyes reflected in the peep. "Who is it? Who is it?" The voice was thin, even thinner through the door. Sharon tried to answer, but the words tangled behind her teeth. "Let me in, please." She scraped at the handle. "Please, Mrs. Greer, it's Sharon." The door didn't open, but a shadow moved inside. "What time is it? Why are you out in the rain, child?" It was always child. Even though Sharon was 17, even though she had 2 inches on Mrs. Greer, the old woman had an unwavering faith that rules must be observed. Sharon pressed her face to the screen, unbothered by the mesh's bite. "Someone's in my house," she hissed as quietly as she could manage, though quiet was not her nature. "There's someone. Please, I need." The door cracked, chain still hooked. "I have my phone," Mrs. Greer said, as if announcing a weapon. Sharon threw herself against the gap, lips peeled, voice high and desperate. The old woman had her phone raised, finger poised over the keypad. "Look at me," Sharon whispered, even as thunder rolled behind her. "I'm not lying this time." The shadow in the window, from her own house, was gone. She stared back, just in time to see the dark fall over the window, shuttering it from inside. Her mother took extra shifts at the hospital on the nights Sharon liked least. Maybe that was why she felt the absence so acutely. Not even a ghost of comfort, just the echo of shoes dumped in the front closet and the faint imprint of her mother kissing the side of her head, perfumed with hand sanitizer and exhaustion. She didn't call her mother that night. She wanted to so badly, but she didn't. If this was, after all, nothing, just another fluke in the logbook of things that never happened, why wake her? At Mrs. Greer's, everything was mothballs, lemon cookies, and a persistent warmth thanks to the ceramic space heater, which clicked on and off with the anxious energy of a small dog. Sharon sat on the orange velvet sofa, knees pulled to her chest, blanket tucked beneath her chin. Mrs. Greer made her tea, even though Sharon hated the taste, and fussed over her with the taut, distracted care of someone who had practiced the art for many years. "You're shivering," Mrs. Greer said, and Sharon was, even after double socks and a change of clothes. She waited until the old woman left the room to check the locks, or maybe the batteries in the flashlight, before standing and tiptoeing to the sliding glass door. She wiped away the condensation with the heel of her hand, peered through the dripping backyard at her own house. The lights were still off, but the thin slit of yellow from the basement window glowed now, brighter than before, like someone had gone down there and turned on every light, every appliance to see what would happen. She wanted to investigate, but fear spooled inside her like rope, heavy and intricate. Instead, she sat back, sipped at the bitter tea, and clutched the newspaper she'd taken. The girl's picture grinned at her, all teeth and hope. The resemblance was nothing, really, but something about the eyes, the set of the jaw, reminded Sharon of her own 6th-grade portrait. She wondered if that was why her mother had been keeping all the clippings. For protection or penance, or just the compulsion to hold on to every bad thing that could happen, in case naming it kept it from coming true. When her mother came to pick her up, she barely asked, not wanting the answer. Sharon didn't tell her exactly what she'd seen. Didn't say that the shape in the basement window didn't move like a person, that the breathing was oddly regular, like a tape recording. Her mother tucked her in, kissed her head, and promised to check all the locks herself. Nobody believed that something was off about Hollow Court. In the vague architecture of the subdivision, stories disappeared, and the trees grew back overnight, and every weird occurrence got mowed down by the next day's monotony. Sharon thought this should be comforting, this refusal of the world to hold on to trauma, but it only left her with a sense of unspent dread, like the difference between a nightmare and the threat of a nightmare that never comes. The next day she tried to go to school, but the air in her bedroom felt heavier than usual, a faint chemical burn underlining the usual funk of laundry and cheap body spray. Her books, she could swear, had been moved, incrementally by millimeters, as if someone had come in and thumbed through each one, just enough to let her know. Walking home alone was usually Sharon's favorite part of the day. It meant freedom, loose hair, the thud of her boots pacing out a tempo impossible in the crowded halls. In her small town, it was unusual for a 6-foot-tall girl to barrel down Main Street wearing blue eyeliner and a hole-punched punk Planet T. But Sharon had learned to make it a spectacle, a show, to rocket herself through the confusion and stares. By junior year, her extroversion had become its own kind of armor. She swung past the abandoned McMansions at the edge of town, ducking under the caution tape that was only symbolic at this point. The yellow faded and flapping like a surrendered flag. The sky had the bruised, coppery tint of coming rain, and she tasted ozone on her tongue. She raided her phone for something aggressive. A vintage Sleater-Kinney, probably, or maybe the used-up some 41 track she couldn't stop looping lately, and let it fill the void between her and the empty world. Sharon didn't notice the car at first, not until it had scraped rubber at the curb half a block back, headlights fixed like interrogation lamps. She cut her music short, pulse spiking. The car was beige, a kind of public works vehicle beige, and older. Maybe a Taurus, maybe a Camry, the shitty years of both. The engine idled quiet and thick, and the window was all the way up. No one got out. She considered her options. She could walk on, pretend she hadn't even clocked them, but there were only so many routes home. She could cut through the construction site or even go back to the high school, loop around until the car left. Or she could wait, call their bluff, an angle she'd never tried but felt right in the moment. She stopped in the middle of the sidewalk, turning slowly to face the car. She stared at the windshield. Behind the glass, faint outlines, the driver, maybe a pale splash of face. Her phone vibrated. A message from Dana. "Hey, are you okay? Mrs. Barnes just said you left class 20 minutes ago, and you never walk home that fast, lol." Sharon grinned, the knot in her chest easing slightly. She typed back, "Fine. Some weirdo tailing me in a creep mobile. Prob lost." She added a string of knife emojis. She watched the message go blue. The car didn't move. She made a show of waiting. She paced, cracked her knuckles, even did a couple squats, for dramatic effect. The car eventually rolled forward, slowly, as if trying to make the movement look accidental. Sharon gripped her phone, thumbing 911 but not pressing the final digit. The driver's window rolled down, just a crack. "Hey!" The voice was ordinary, male, a few years older, college maybe. The face that peered out was pale, hair buzzed so short it was impossible to tell the color. "Do you know where the Greenmont Library is?" He offered a stiff smile, eyes darting to her phone. Sharon's nerves collapsed into a gust of relief, equal parts embarrassment and triumph. She rolled her eyes, affecting maximum teenage disdain. "You're like 2 miles off. This is basically cornfields and foreclosure mansions for 3 blocks. She pointed. "Back that way, left at the Dairy Queen, another mile." She held the driver's gaze. He didn't look threatening, just out of place, itchy, maybe lost. "You good now?" He nodded, gave a clumsy thumbs up, and hesitated before shifting the car into gear. She thought he was going to say something else, but instead he accelerated, did a clumsy K-turn, and disappeared with a metallic shriek down the next block. Sharon stood still for a long moment, letting her heart slow down. She typed to Dana, "False alarm, just a goon with no GPS." She started walking again, just a little slower now, listening to the world instead of her phone. The air had gone sharp and cold, wind ushering in the storm. She turned at the next corner and almost collided with the neighbor kid, Tyler, out walking his dachshund, Gizmo. The dog snuffled her boots and yapped, and Tyler made a weird face, like he didn't want to talk but would have forced. "Hey," Sharon said, trying for friendly. "You see that creeper car back there?" "What car?" Tyler stared at her, and for a split second his eyes flickered, like he was remembering something but didn't want to. "Never mind." Sharon ruffled Gizmo's ears, and the dog licked her hand with ferocious affection. "Stay away from the McMansions, okay? Probably full of squatters." Tyler nodded and drifted off, feeding Gizmo a treat and dragging him away from a patch of dead grass. Sharon walked the rest of the way home, the incident already morphing into a good story. One she'd tell Dana, and then the lunch table, and maybe even her parents if they weren't already in one of their silent, screen-lit standoffs. Her house loomed up, a faded colonial flanked by overgrown hydrangea bushes and a broken bird bath. In the driveway, her mom's Subaru and her dad's Oldsmobile, both in their usual spots, both apparently home. Sharon kicked the front door open, boots thunking against the warped wood. Her mom was in the kitchen, hunched over a laptop, pink bathrobe tied tight, air thick with microwaved popcorn. "Hey, girl," her mom called, voice stuck between tired and distracted. "Hey." Sharon tossed her backpack under the mail table, fishing out a half-crushed soda and draining it. "What's for dinner?" "Whatever you want, as long as you can make it yourself." Her mom's gaze never left the screen, but Sharon caught the glimmer of a smile. "Awesome. Cereal night." She headed upstairs, 2 steps at a time, gunpowder sweat clinging to her neck. In her room, which was more pile than furniture, she shut the door and stripped off the shirt, swapping it for a Star Wars hoodie she stole from her ex. She plunked onto her bed and opened her phone, the blue light stinging after the dusk outside. Her messages were lighting up. "Dana, you better be alive." Read, "Party at Abby's gotta come." Sharon typed back to both, already planning an outfit that would annihilate tomorrow. A soft knocking like a mouse. Then her mom's voice, muffled by the door. "Sharon? Got a weird call just now. Someone asking about you." Silence. Then, sounded like a grown man. Sharon's skin went tight, scalp crawling. "What did he say?" "Nothing really. Just asked if you got home okay." "Weird, right?" She heard her mom laugh, small and nervous. "Kids today." Sharon let the laugh sink in. She remembered the driver, how he'd looked, how he'd eyed her phone, how he'd hesitated. She replayed the scene in her head, unable to stop. She sent a message to Dana. "NVM weirdo. Think it's a thing now. Tell you tomorrow." Sharon didn't sleep easy that night. She kept the phone by her pillow, screen unlocked. The storm came and went and left the room so still that every floorboard sounded like a secret. She lay awake, listing every possible scenario, every script she should have run. Eventually, the dark pulled her under. She dreamed of headlights, and a car that never stopped, and a question she couldn't quite hear through the glass. The next day, Sharon dressed to kill. Literally. Safety pins, spiked collar, black jeans so tight the waistband left a red mark. She stormed the hallways like a conquering army, flanked by Dana, all pink hair and piercings, and occasionally Reed, who cared little for gender pronouns and less for school policy. The morning was a parade of not caring, and yet, every shadow seemed to lurch at her. Every reflective surface waited for a car that might be there. By noon, she'd convinced herself it was nothing. She polished off tater tots in the CAF, gossiped about the cheer captain's broken nose, and called the absentee math teacher a coward for his permanent remote learning decision. At last bell, she stormed the sidewalk again, phone ready, senses high, but the car wasn't there. The walk home was almost boring. Sharon spun a couple donuts on the soccer field, killed time under the makeshift goalposts, and texted Dana a stream of frog emojis just because she could. She turned down her block, crunching dead leaves underfoot. The street was empty. Her house was in sight when she noticed something. Not the car, but a splash of color. A small cardboard box on her porch. She ran the possibilities. Package thieves? Misdelivered Amazon? Maybe even Reed pranking her. They'd done weirder. When she reached the box, she saw her last name, handwritten in blue ink, the label smudged as if someone had tried to rub it away. There was no return address. She picked it up, weighed it. Maybe 2 pounds. She sniffed, no chemical, no obvious threat. She carried it inside and sat it on the kitchen table. Her mom wasn't home yet. Her dad, probably asleep in the den. Something about the box gnawed at her, the lack of a sender, the way her name was written so sharp and almost familiar. She peeled it open along the seam, careful. Inside, packing peanuts, a layer of bubble wrap, and then a glint of something metal. Sharon fished it out. Polaroid. Not just one, but a stack, all bound by a thick rubber band. At the bottom of the box, a brass key, old-fashioned and heavy. She split the rubber band and fanned out the Polaroids. The first was of her, walking across Main Street, headphones looped, posture more closed than she would have liked. The second, more recent, standing by the old McMansions, face turned toward the empty street. The third, more chilling, her at the front door, key in hand, Monday's outfit. Someone had been taking pictures. From a distance, but not that far. She flipped through the rest. More of her, never looking at the camera, some blurred, some crystal clear. The last Polaroid was different. It was a picture of the inside of a house. A staircase with a splintered banister, peeling wallpaper, the faintest shape of a person standing at the top step. Her skin prickled. She thought of the key. Was it a joke? Some twisted version of an invitation? She scanned the photo carefully, looking for clues. Handwriting on the back. 138 Sibley. She knew that address. The haunted house. The one kid said was owned by a Satanist or maybe just a tax dodger. It had sat abandoned for years, never once attracting the tenacious types who filmed TikToks in haunted bathrooms for likes. Sharon had always kind of admired it, the stubbornness of decay. She pocketed the key and the Polaroids, dumped the packing peanuts and box in the recycling, and washed her hands 3 times. Then she texted Dana. She thought about lying. Instead, she wrote, "You will not believe what just showed up here, LMAO." A minute later, her phone buzzed. "OMG, come over, you psycho." Sharon did. She didn't mention the box to her mom, just said she was going to Dana's to work on a history project. The walk was short and uneventful. She knocked 3 times, knowing Dana's mom let no one in, not even the mailman. Inside, Dana's room looked like a unicorn had exploded and then been taxidermied. Sharon threw the Polaroids on the bed, stuck the key in the center like a party favor. Dana's face shifted. Delight to confusion to a sharp, careful fear. "Dude, what the fuck?" Sharon shrugged, feigning coolness, even as her hands sweated. "Someone's got a crush, I guess." Dana leafed through the photos. "You have to call the cops, or tell your parents, or something." Sharon shook her head. "They'd just say it's a prank, or I did it too." A sheet of wind scythed off the lake and up the little slope to where Sharon straddled the picnic table. Out on the water, a speedboat zipped past the point, waking a brace of ducks that panicked into the reeds. Sharon was hungover and itchy. Her skin burned with the slow, dissatisfying sun and the leftover fire of last night's tequila. Yes, she remembered tequila, and just shoving the worm in her mouth and everyone screaming, and then waking this morning with her phone already dead and a pocket full of rolled-up honey wrappers. She rolled her head and squinted at the lake, which squinted back, a migraine of spangled sun on gunmetal water. "Dude, we need to hit the rec center," Jess said. She pronounced it rake. Jess called Sharon dude, even when remembering her own birthday. Sharon's head pounded and her mouth was that of a vivid corpse, but when she drew in a ragged breath, the beach grass and diesel and sausage smoke gave her a lopsided jolt of courage. The kind of courage that didn't care about the next hour, just that it existed, that day was happening, and it didn't matter if Sharon was ready. She was princess of cracking knuckles and scraped knees. She'd once made out with a kid from Kettle River just to prove he wasn't haunting the playground. He was, but not in the way people meant. She batted at a mosquito and it left a red comma on her forearm. Her arms were shredded with bites. Jess's legs, as always, were untouched. Jess anointed herself daily with a lotion that smelled, as much as anything could, like witch hazel and rosin. She claimed it was the secret to being unkillable. Jess stood, pulled up her bikini bottoms and said, "If you come now, I'll let you ride the synth spinner first. The rec center was a mile away, through the strip of faceless trees and then past the burnt-out boathouse that everyone but Sharon pretended not to know was haunted. The woods were half guarded by a lopsided fence and a sign that read, in marker, "Private Propriety. Chemicals." Jess climbed it in a rush, then immediately shrieked and leapt off. Sharon felt the universe contract, a muscle remembering it could spasm, and her own skin contracted with it. Jess started cackling. "Ow, fuck! Spider gate. You come now." Sharon did, sliding over the fence and hopping into the burrs. Her flip-flops filled with prickles, but old habit made her walk like nothing was wrong. The woods colonized her vision. She could smell the polymer of Jess's dead grandma's leggings in the trail behind, plus the forever tang of lighter fluid someone had spilled last year and which no amount of rain had ever erased. "You seen the headlines?" Jess asked. "Something about that guy got carbonized by the transformer up the highway." She made a little zap noise. "They said the smell is still in the trees." Sharon shrugged. She was used to people getting zapped, liquefied, turned into local folklore. It was like the probability of human combustion went up out here, away from the electron-scrubbed reality of city life. She didn't mind it, not until her body clocked the creeping weirdness in the air. A sense that the woods themselves were full of observation, some pea-green awareness breathing behind the bark. She thought of the time last summer when the two of them had found a hairless raccoon, gray and swollen, by the lake's dark fingerling inlet. Jess had poked it with a stick, and when it didn't react, smirked and said, "It's prepping for afterlife, man. You gotta respect the hustle." There was something pacing them in the trees. Not a person exactly. Sharon could always smell a person, the stew of laundry and anxiety and toothpaste, but more the sensation of a memory being walked next to them. She didn't mention it to Jess, because Jess would make fun of her or worse, would believe her. Jess only dealt with reality if she could categorize it, and everything else was woo-woo and dismissed with a fart noise. The rec center loomed up from the green, its roof bleached from so many lost kite strings. Sharon always thought it looked like a wedding cake made by a taxidermist. Layered, but each layer was dying. The car park was empty except for a single, low-bellied minivan with duct-taped windows. Behind the glass, something moved, but Sharon didn't get a good look. She hurried with Jess to the pool entrance. Chlorine vapor and the echoes of 100 childhood screams hit her in the teeth. Jess went straight for the spinner, a guaranteed nausea machine. Sharon bought a Sprite from the machine and watched Jess's blur through the windows. Her mouth split by centrifugal joy. At the far wall, a notice board, curling at the corners, was packed edgewise with layers of paper. Missing pets and parents, rumors about next year's carnival, warnings about trespassers and fake money. The topmost page was new. It was black and glossy and pressed fast with a thumbtack as thick as Sharon's finger. "Call for participants," it read. "Night vigil. Are you brave? Are you special? Win $10,000 if you survive. Tonight, 10 p.m., at the old Deering School. No cowards or crybabies." Sharon read it. She read it again. The way the words looped and shimmered made her headache pulse with a different melody. She was brave, yes, but not in a prove-it-with-money way. She was brave because fear didn't mean anything unless you pushed into it, and sometimes fear was just a background hum, a low-grade illness you learned to live with. She thought about the abandoned Deering School at the end of the old road, the way it was supposed to be infested with black mold and old teacher ghosts. Sharon tore off a tag at the bottom of the page, noticed there was no number to call, just a single word, "Be there. Dude." Jess came up, face fevered with spinner afterglow. She moved so fast the Sprite sloshed on Sharon's hand. "Did you see? It's the contest thing. We have to go. We have to." Sharon looked at the slip of paper, then at Jess. She tried to imagine a world in which she said no. It didn't exist. Hashtag. Sharon's parents were temporarily gone, though whether they'd return tomorrow or in a year was a toss. The house was a tiered shoebox with a buckling deck and a garage that periodically collapsed its own shelves. Sharon scavenged for food and found half a loaf of raisin bread, a ripe tomato, and a sack of green apples that tasted better than they looked. She ate watching hackle-plucked YouTube until a thumping on the deck brought her back to the grid of now. A tall boy with a satellite dish for hair stood, hands raised, on her porch. She only remembered his name because at a party he'd explained it 4 times. Alan, like the parrot, but spelled the normal way, not A-L-E-N. My grandmother was a spelling bee champion. Alan balanced between moon landing nerd and sleep-deprived puppy. He looked at her like he wanted to hold up a sign. I know secrets, but it's not my fault. Coming to the thing tonight? Alan asked, scrubbing his nose with a knuckle. You should. I heard the pool kids are already betting on who gets their arm ripped off first. She said no and meant yes. Jess wants to go, Sharon said. Alan pulled a face. Jess wants what Jess wants. You were the one that found the snake in the bottle last summer, right? The memory of it was rusty. A Coke bottle full of rainwater and the fused skeleton of a garter snake, the vertebrae glowing like beads. Of course Jess had dared her to drink from it, and of course Sharon had taken a sip, and the dare had rolled into legend. I just want to see, Alan went on. He looked sideways, as if the word see had bands of meaning only visible if you wobbled your vision like a magic eye. You know, just science. My uncle says the school's been off-grid since like 2005, but sometimes he drives past it and the lights are on. Could be old teacher ghosts or, methane hallucinations. He's not sure what's worse. Sharon liked Alan for the same reason you like stray dogs. He was never not there, and he only bit if startled. She shrugged. Meet you at the crossing after sundown? Alan made a series of facial gestures that added up to yes, then ghosted off down the driveway. Sharon watched him until he vanished behind the dead lilacs. She exhaled until she felt empty all the way to her shoes. Hashtag, it was dark by 9. Not evening wine or porch light dark, but a real plush wickedness, where you couldn't tell pine needles from shadows and the bug sounds staged a riot in your ears. Sharon wore her best hoodie, one with a disappearing moon print, and laced her shoes tighter than necessary. She met up with Jess at the balloon knot of streets leading to the school, and Alan showed up 5 minutes later, nervous as a country raccoon. The Deering School was 4 clicks down the old county road, past the turnoff for the golf course and the ice cream stand where Sharon had once thrown up blue raspberry all over the owner's legs. The building crouched at the end of a lane, surrounded by 2 stories of chain link and a moat of bramble. The windows were mostly intact, though a few blinked empty. As they shuffled toward the gate, Sharon saw that someone had fresh welded it shut, but a dog-sized gap gaped beneath. You first, Jess said, but Sharon was already through. Her knees scraped dirt, the wire snagged her hair, and she inhaled the distinct funereal musk of abandoned school. Alan followed with a hiss and a curse, then Jess, who emerged covered in burrs and grinning. The front doors stood open, or maybe had been ripped that way. The entrance was a tiled tunnel, choked with leaves and padded down with caution tape, old foam cones, a child's shoe. Inside, the air was a blend of rot and old cleaner. Farther in, Sharon heard a voice, sloppy, laughing, familiar. She craned and saw kids from other grades, maybe a dozen or so, milling through the lobby. More people hid in the dark, their teeth phosphorescing in phone light. A girl with a fanged underbite and black lipstick took a head count and shouted, 23! That's enough. Let's do it. Jess elbowed Sharon, who nodded. Alan hovered a pace behind, breathing through his mouth like it would save him. They followed the crowd down a half-ruined hallway, every footstep crunching on glass, sharp with mold and something else. Popcorn? Rotting candy. At the end of the hall, an amp was plugged into a jury-rigged battery cart. The girl with black lipstick hopped onto a chair. Listen up, she yelled. Rules are, when lights go out, you hide. Stay hidden until you're found. First one to survive till dawn wins the pot. She shook a wad of bills, held together with a hair tie. A boy with a jawline like scaffolding and a cigarette cupped in his lips raised his hand. What's the catch? The girl's voice was flint. You'll see. A few people laughed. Someone turned the amp to 11 and, from deep in a gymnasium, speakers blasted a clownishly loud run. People ran. The lights, every few seconds, browned out and snapped back. Sharon grabbed Jess's arm, which was already pulling in the opposite direction. They ducked into a classroom, the kind with slippery tile floors and blackboards still half-scrolled with arithmetic. Jess hurried to the teacher's desk and opened the drawer. Damn, no weed, Jess said. Sharon ignored her. She listened for the sound of running, for the feedback of someone being caught. All she heard was the amp, then silence, then a long whistling wind, as if the building itself had decided to teach them a lesson. Maybe we should just hide, Sharon said, opening. Sharon never rode the 421 home after that day. Never meant never for Sharon, and whenever her mother asked, she'd say, I walk now. And it was sort of true. She walked between school and home, but not in the forward tradition of everyone else. They'd cut through the alley behind Midland's Pharmacy, along the pebbled drainage ditch, past the shuttered gas station with its ghost logos and sun-faded beer promotions, and then up the hill where the light always stung. The next morning after everything, Sharon still heard the echo of the cryptic conductor's voice in her ear, a wet pavement rasp. She'd sat in her corner booth at the Rusty Spoon, poking at an egg with her straw, making tiny, perfect punctures until the yolk bled out. But her mind had already left the scene, boarding that bus again, clutching her backpack with whitening knuckles. At school, no one noticed her ghosted face. She navigated through the hall's shifting currents with minimum friction, a different kind of chemistry than everyone else. Her lunch crew, Sloane, Addie, Roman, expected Sharon to show up at the stone benches outside. She awoke clawing at darkness, sweat gluing her tank top to her ribs, hair pasted to her scalp. The room swam in dense syrup, the kind she used to dream of as a kid, suffocating honey that gummed up her eyelids and made breathing a dare. Sharon sat up. Sheets slithered off her, and the sour wash of plastic sheeting and new paint made her gag. For a few seconds, she couldn't remember where she was. She blinked at suggestions of a bureau, a lamp still in shrink wrap, and a slice of bluish window with a tape X across it. The apartment, Chicago, her first night, not her parents' house, not. She cut off the rest of that thought. There would be time for those later, in or out of therapy, and clicked her tongue to make sure she could still move her mouth. Good morning, rash decision, she croaked, then immediately coughed so hard it pinched her abdomen. She'd signed the lease 2 days ago, found the place on an app that promised urban serenity with creative privacy. The landlord, Mr. Sharma, gave her a crooked smile, shrugged when she asked if the building was haunted, and said, "Ghosts are extra." She'd almost liked that. Now the boxes, 6 of them, all taped with the same blue painter's tape, stood staggered like silent siblings around the edge of the living room. She tasted cardboard dust in the air. Her phone buzzed from under a pizza flyer. "You alive?" From Bren. She texted, "Define alive." Bren's reply arrived at once. A string of emojis. Knife, knife, clown, house, heart. She put the phone down and forced herself to stand, knees wobbly on the unfamiliar unity of hardwood. The space had looked fresh and open in the listing's wide-angle lens, but now, with her stuff and her body inside, it felt less so. A skin too tight, a puzzle missing a piece. The windows were sealed shut. She checked, then double-checked, and the radiator under the sill grumbled like it resented her presence. She shuffled to the bathroom, flicking the light on twice before it stayed steady. Her face in the mirror had the waxy, sleepless sheen of someone who'd been through too much in too little time. She poked at her eye bags, then at the bite-shaped bruise on her shoulder. a souvenir from the going-away party. Some guy in a velvet shirt had tried to gnaw her in a gesture she was supposed to enjoy, maybe, but it just made her arm itch. She brushed her teeth with her finger. The toothpaste had vanished somewhere in the move, probably packed with her collection of weird gel pens or her high school yearbooks. The ugly years, her mother called them, like her daughter's entire adolescence had been a temporary inconvenience. Through the bathroom door, she heard the radiator escalate to scrimshaw-level whine, as if sharpening itself. Her first instinct, flow around the noise, pretend it didn't matter. Her second, photograph it, give it a caption, text it to Bren so she could commiserate. Instead, Sharon decided to stalk the source, like a cat or a bored detective. She padded into the narrow hallway, past the boxes labeled clothes, mostly clean, and books and other distractions. One taped package, less neat than the rest, perched right at the end, as if it had tried to escape the others overnight. She stepped carefully over it and put her ear to the wall. In the hush between radiator cackles, she caught something else. Not the usual baseboard bleat or creak of pipes, but a whispery corduroy friction. The faint drag of something moving on the floor below. You wanted creative privacy, Sharon, she thought. The radiator fell silent, and in the trough that followed, she made out a voice. Not words, more the suggestion of speech, a stumble of syllables too soft to parse. She pressed harder, imagining her ear rooting through the drywall. The voice repeated, higher this time, a shivering vowel. She let her hand explore the wall, tracing the seam where two panels met. Something tickled her palm, dry and fine, like lint or... She looked at her hand. Salt. Not you again, she thought, but the taste was familiar. She followed the seam down to the baseboard and crouched. A white line of salt, razor straight, ran the length of the hall. She scooped up a pinch and tasted it. Wasn't that a thing they did to check for lead or whatever? Or was that only on the internet? Sea salt. Smoky, layered, the kind her dad scattered across half-ruined steaks when he forgot about dinner. She texted Bren, my new place is salted, like a tequila glass, or a crime scene. Bren, which is worse? Also clean the tub before you use it. You don't want stranger hair on your bits. Sharon grinned, a lopsided, unfamiliar shape. On impulse, she swept her palm through the salt line, leaving a curved gap. The radiator immediately hissed back to life, and the voice, lower now, almost masculine, scraped at the wall behind her. She wheeled, pulse high and staccato in her jaw. The gap in the salt glistened, and a trickle of wetness seeped up from the floorboards. Water. No. She dipped 2 fingers into the puddle. It was thicker, viscous, almost translucent. She shivered and stood. She texted Bren again, this time only one emoji, the water droplet. The rest of the day fell into a rhythm. Unpack, arrange, ignore the wall that sweated clear goo at the bottom of the hall. When sunset spilled its first orange slice through the taped-up window, Sharon had made a nest of blankets on the couch and eaten 2/3 of a rotisserie chicken directly from the plastic tub. She kept the TV on for company, even though it only got shopping channels and one station of half-washed-out cartoons. Every so often, she'd drift to the hall and check her salt gap. The puddle grew. At 7:23, her phone vibrated. A new number. She answered because she was restless, half hoping it was Bren on a burner. Hello? She said, voice confident, or so she hoped. An old woman's voice. Sharon. She hesitated. Yes, this is Mrs. Fess from upstairs. Oh, hi. She pictured the brittle-boned crone from Move-In Day, wheeled out on the landing by Mr. Sharma, who whispered, 3rd floor, 15 years, knows everything. Mrs. Fess took a juddering breath. Don't erase the salt lines, dear. Not until you've been here a while. She opened her mouth to say, sorry, but then didn't. I broke one, Sharon confessed. A short silence. Did you meet it yet? She squinted at the goose streak on her wall, now beginning to crawl sideways, as if following the baseboard condo line. Not directly, Sharon said. Mrs. Fess made a cooing noise, more bird than human. It won't bite unless you let it. The call ended with a harsh click. Sharon checked the peephole. The hall was empty. The bulb in the stairwell buzzed with bugs, and the city outside howled with party noise. Sirens, blipping bass music, a baby crying for longer than felt reasonable. She closed and chained the door. That night, the voice returned. Not a scream, not even a syllable, just a steady, open-throated drone that mingled with the radiator and the distant lull of some neighbor's TV. Sharon lay on her back and watched the ceiling. The voice was so sad and so familiar that it made her want to cry. She didn't. In the morning, she found the gap in the salt grown into a proper break, like something had licked it wider. The goo had dried, leaving a flaky, iridescent crust that sparkled when she ran her finger through it. She swept the whole line away with her foot, just to see what would happen. The thing was, Sharon had always believed that horror movies got one thing very wrong. You can only be so scared before you get bored. After the initial jolt, monsters, ghosts, masked home invaders, your body's chemistry gets used to it. The shakes turn to yawns. She'd always bounced back from nightmares way faster than her friends. So when the salt line vanished and nothing else immediately happened, Sharon just shrugged, made herself a cup of truly gross instant coffee, and FaceTimed with Bren. She still tells you not to mess up the salt, huh? Bren said. She leaned back from her own screen, face glowing with curtain-filtered sunlight, hair even bluer than last week. What kind of neighbor calls you on your first night? Sharon asked. Maybe she's worried you'll make the same mistakes. Or she's in league with the ghost. Sharon made ghost hands at her phone and almost splashed her coffee. Bren fake screamed, then immediately sobered. You good though? You look tired. Dreams. Sharon shrugged. You know. Bren nodded. She always did. Hey, I gotta run. But remember to. Sharon waited for the rest, but Bren had frozen mid-gesture. The connection hiccuped. Screen went black. She set the phone down on the counter, stared at her own reflection in the chrome kettle. There was a blur behind her, no, not a person, just a defect in the metal. She checked over her shoulder out of habit. Nothing, but the air smelled warm, like old candles or a room where someone's just left. She spent the afternoon working remote. Emails, clickbait headlines, the usual rhythm of her industry. The building's Wi-Fi was garbage. She had to piggyback off Shangsagunam 2 floors down. Each time a web page stuttered, she'd glance at the clock, then at the wall. At exactly 2:36, her phone chimed. She expected Bren, maybe her mom, who would call every new moon until her daughter gave in and answered. Instead, it was a phone number with her own area code, but different digits. She picked up, more curious than anything. Please stop moving the boxes, said a voice barely louder than a whisper. Not yet, not yet. Sharon almost laughed, but the chill at the base of her spine wasn't funny. You have the wrong number, she said, in the dry, official tone she used on cold callers. The voice paused, then, it's your turn now. Click. She checked the locks, kicked at each box, even pulled the tape off one to make sure nothing had climbed inside while she slept. Inside, just books, and a glossy magazine with her face on the cover, from her high school women in tech year. It was the ugliest photo she'd ever taken. Eyes at half-mast, smile at half-throttle. It had been a big deal to her parents, though. She tore it in half and dropped it in the trash. That night, the voice returned in earnest. It buzzed and sang and wept into her dreams. And when Sharon woke, she found herself uttering words in a language she didn't know. She tried to write them down, but they slid out of her head the moment she gripped her pen. On the third night, she woke to the sound of crying. Real, not a dream. She sat up, hand on her phone, half ready to call someone. Anyone. When she realized it was coming not from the building, but the apartment itself, she got up, grabbed her phone, flashlight on, and followed the sound. It led her to the blank spot on the wall where the salt line used to be. The light from Jamie's headlamp cut through the phlegmy dark like a scalpel through old skin. She could see the tunnel mouth up ahead, jawline of cracked concrete sagging with mold. Water dripped from somewhere, plunking down in uneven beats, slow, doom-sick applause. Behind her, the other two, Caleb, face gone pale and sharp, and Mackenzie, hands clenched around the phone like she could squeeze out a better signal, trailed in sickly silence. The air tasted like rot, sweet but also wrong, like something left in a sealed fridge for months. She stepped forward, knees bent, sneakers squeaking with each step. "Told you," she whispered to herself, not for the first time. "It's just a tunnel." But tunnels were meant to go somewhere. This one, she realized, only went down. Each step echoed. Each echo blurred into the next until the knocking pulse took on a blood-beat rhythm. Jamie tried to think about the map she'd drawn last night in the sleepover days, the red marker line curling toward the river, but it was useless. Nothing matched except the graffiti, which glowed back in the headlamp's beam. Fake teeth, bug-eyed faces, bulbous tongues. The smells got worse. Mildew warming up, a metallic underpinning. Mackenzie's voice cracked out of her. "Shouldn't we? I mean..." Jamie didn't stop. "Come on, we can't turn back now. Or else, what did we do this for?" She heard how her voice sounded. Too loud, too empty. Caleb muttered something, but the sound smothered itself against the wet concrete. They passed through a weedy gate, nothing but twisted orange mesh. Past that, the darkness was clotted, but Jamie's headlamp hid a writhing mess of something. Roots? No, it was wire, coiled around a rusted bicycle frame and two syringes, needles glinting under a film of green slime. A little further and the tunnel widened, but the floor dipped away. Jamie stopped, arm outstretched to halt the others. The drop below looked wet, unguessable. The main way forward a rust-carved pipe barely 2 boots wide. Something dripped on her shoulder. She jerked, banged her elbow on the wall, nearly swore. She aimed her lamp upward. A patch of ceiling seemed to pulse, as if it was breathing, some kind of sick, slow peristalsis. Jamie blinked. No, not the ceiling. It was something hanging. A carpet of bats, hundreds at least, packed so dense that the mat of fur and folded wing almost looked like a single flesh thing. A few disturbed ones unfurled, exposing teeth like rice grains, clicking at the sudden light. "Stop! Stop, they'll..." Mackenzie hissed, but the bats were already stirring. Jamie felt the air go tight, as though the bats could drain the oxygen with their panic. Then the whole clump exploded downward. A hot, membranous wave, the carbon stink of their bodies enveloping her face. She ducked, crumpling against the wall, and felt a wing slap across her cheek. A moist pelt pressed for a moment to her mouth. She tasted it. Ammonia. Something else like pennies and mold. She choked, spat, coughed hard, and heard Mackenzie retch behind her. Then Caleb's barked scream as he scrambled to the ground. The bats veered, circling around the trio in a menacing cyclone. Then, after what felt like an hour, zipped off deeper into the dark. They stood. Jamie wiped her mouth, teeth clattering together. She struggled to get her breath. "Let's go back," Mackenzie moaned. She huddled, streaked with guano, hair matted to her scalp. Jamie almost agreed. No one had ever described that, not in all the years kids dared each other to sneak the river tunnel. She glanced back, but the entrance, the slice of outside daylight, was gone. Just a wall now, fuzzy and unreal. "Come on," said Jamie, voice a tight thread. "There's got to be an open spot ahead. Maybe a way up." She moved to the edge of the drop, heart hammering. The pipe looked less than foot-wide, surface slick with slime. Caleb stared at her, lips working but no words coming. Then he shrugged, a useless, desperate gesture, and Duck walked after. Mackenzie followed, shaking so badly Jamie heard her teeth click like dice. The pipe was cold. Jamie crouched, hands flat, and Crab walked along, feeling every vibration from the others behind. The tunnel's diameter shrank, and Rory imagined the rock compressing her, squeezing her down to nerve endings and bone. At one point, the pipe sagged, swayed. She nearly slid off and had to wedge her fingers into a seam until the shaking passed. At last, the path leveled out. Jamie risked looking up. The floor was solid again, or at least took her trembling weight. And along the wall, illuminated by her lamp, was a thin, rising shaft, maybe a sewer cleanout. At its base, something piled and slumped, pale and sodden. A bundle of laundry? No, bones arranged in a loose swirl, as if some great animal had nested here and then moved on. Jamie turned, bile spiking, but then she looked closer. The bones weren't all animal. One hand, still attached to a desiccated wrist, clutched a patched bit of denim. The face beside it had no eyes, but the jaw worked open, teeth full and shock white. Jamie lurched away, but behind her, Mackenzie caught up, eyes wide and bulging, mouth a ripto. Caleb didn't look at the bones. He looked at Jamie. Why would? He trailed off. Jamie wiped her mouth again, focused on breathing. We keep moving. Fast. She pressed on, and the tunnel, as if mocking her, bent 90 degrees and compressed smaller. Now the only way forward was crawling on hands and knees, the ceiling so low she scraped her back. The stink was worse here, metallic, coppery, and sweet. A black fluid stained the concrete, streaks running along the floor like lines of dried blood. At some point Jamie realized she was crying, that tears had mixed with the bat filth and smeared down her cheeks. She hated the sound it made, the childish gasping, but the tunnel pressed on her, forced it out. They crawled for what felt like an eternity, the stench and grit and darkness turning them into something less than human. Jamie felt the roughness, the blood on her knees, her hands numb from cold. They emerged at last into a chamber, round, high, filled with the sound of running water. The main drain. Beneath, a cataract of black water tumbled down to a channel so deep Jamie couldn't see the bottom. Across the way, a ladder rose, slick and enameled with some kind of green mold. It was their way out. She could barely force herself onto the first rung. Her fingers slipped, the ladder flexing under her weight. The stink of rust and old sewage climbed into her eyes, burned them. Behind, Mackenzie and Caleb climbed, silent now, just the sound of shuttered breath and dripping liquid. Jamie reached the top, a manhole cover, stamped steel. It wouldn't budge. She pressed, grunted, put all her weight into it. Nothing. Below, Mackenzie's voice, small, ruined. Jamie? The answer died in her throat. She slumped, back to the cold metal, and for the first time, let herself imagine they'd never get out. Then, from below, a new noise. Not the bats, not the water or the groan of pipe. Something larger, splitting the air below with a thick, shuffling sound. Jamie looked down the ladder. In the faint headlamp shimmer, something moved at the base of the channel, half in the water. Fat, pale, hairless, like a man, but wrong. Disheveled, hunched, fingers long, bulbous like burned sausages. Smelled them, Jamie knew it. She screamed for Caleb to climb, faster, but his foot slipped, and he fell, caught in Mackenzie's arms. The thing reached the base, looked up, mouth stretched wide as the tunnel itself. It moved for them, hands splayed, and Jamie pounded on the manhole, howling for help. She felt the manhole shift above her, just slightly. She pushed harder, hands raw, knees braced, and with one last, convulsive wrench, the cover scathed open, daylight spearing her in the face. She hauled herself out, skin tearing on the rim, then reached back for the others. Mackenzie first, a tangle of arms and sobbing, then Caleb, who came up gasping. The thing below stopped, blinded by the sunlight, its eyes a blind maggot white. It shrank back, clutching the ladder, then slipped away into the dark. Jamie lay on the grass, sucking air, feeling the sun on her skin, shivering. She didn't speak, couldn't. The others lay beside her, silent. The opening gaped behind them, and from the gloom, the drip-drip carried on.